that's theirs. Yep, so now we're all good. Your badges are up here. It just looks a heck of a lot better. But you just keep working on it. So now when you log in, by the way, if you just go, here, I'll do it for you real quick. You just go to referrallist.com. And then you're going to go log in right up here, see it? And then we're going to do his, whoops. I got it. You're going to have to tell me the password, though.
Right. It's just initials KGRM, all caps, 1432.
So when you log in, you're going to see this. And then if you go up to where his name is, you can go to dashboard. And then it's just like I was showing you everything.
His name is wrong in that list with us or whatever as well.
Where?
Where you just clicked his name on the dashboard, there it's right. For some reason on that first page.
What do you mean on the first? Let me just go back one.
Right here, see list with us.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's interesting.
Turn
it down. I'm trying to think where I'd even. Hold on here.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, that's straight. I would have never seen that unless you just pointed it out. Now it should be. Yeah, that's so weird. I'm not quite sure where it's pulling that from. Yeah. It's interesting, though. But anyhow, you got any other questions? You should be off and running now. That's right. Yeah, just think of badges. If they got something to do with roofing associations, I don't know, just badges that make sense. Yeah. All right, sounds good. It was nice meeting you. You have any questions in the future, email me. Whatever, call me, email, it's all good.
Thanks, Mark.
Bye.
Bye.
Are we on right now? Probably. Probably. Okay, what is this one? Ryan Top George.
Is he still on?
No, I'm off it.
Mark, Shannon showed me where the breakers are if you want to look.
Oh, where are they?
Here, I'll show you. Get your mouse. If we're going to do this, let's blow out the whole radio station.
I'll take the whole freaking KOA out. I do not have the balls to fuck with that. No way, Jose. There's like 600 breakers and
Want me to?
Go ahead if you want. I wouldn't do it. There's like 40 off. You're going to have to turn on all kinds of shit. It's not like there's one.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? We hit the wrong one. I don't know what the... We turn on something we shouldn't be turning on. I don't know what we're doing. You know, my buddy Cyber Dave, I used to call him Fat Dave, but he's lost like 100 pounds. He looks good. He, remember Mountain Peak Internet I owned?
Yeah.
So we had, you know, we had 1,000+ customers on at any given time. So he plugs a fucking vacuum, a fucking high amperage vacuum, into our battery backup so he can vacuum the server room. Took the entire fucking company offline for like 3 hours. Motherfucker. Now that I think about it, I don't even know if this is charging there.
Did you get whatever that was figured out?
What's that? I forget.
The electric thing?
Fuck no.
No?
No, I found the panel, but I ain't fucking with it. I know in my luck I'll take KOA off.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely can't mess with that yourself.
I know where it is, though. So if there was just like one breaker that was broke,
Yeah.
I would have done it.
Yeah.
I would have fucking just flipped it.
Yeah.
But there's like 20 of them off.
Oh.
And then you got to think, why are they off?
Yeah. So did you
I
find
got
like
some
Irby?
yeah, I emailed Irby. Like some poor electrician that turned it off working upstairs, and I kill him.
Yeah, right.
Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
When's the last time you looked in your bathroom? Second thought, you might not want to make eye contact with that old faucet. It's time to head to Lowe's for some home improvement. Choose from stylish brands like American Standard, Delta, and Style Selections, and transform your before bathroom into an amazing after bathroom. You can't see her, but she's high-fiving herself. Don't just do it yourself. Do it for yourself. Stop by Lowe's or visit Lowe's.com/DIFY and advantage is starting at $99. Valid through 3/31 U.S. only.
Looking for some extra cash, or just want to get rid of some old gold, silver valuables? Hello, I'm Consumer Advocate on market. The internet and social media are riddled with liars, cheats, and rip-offs, promising big, but not delivering. Sometimes outright speak, don't hit you. Go inside Lowe's and
Hey, are you still doing FanDuel or whoever?
Yeah.
Did they pay you all right, or is that one of the deals you got to do?
They pay me really well. Good. All those national ones pay well, pretty much. In fact, they pay more than I would ask them to pay. They didn't ask what my fee is. They just pay.
They just say that's it.
Yeah, and you can't really negotiate with them. But they pay me more than I would ask for, because kind of like they pay me like the same thing they pay people who are on bigger stations.
Got it. It's they just have built-in talent.
Yeah. Yeah. There might be one coming through for Amazon Business.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Which would be really cool.
What do they do?
I think it's kind of like Amazon Prime, except for businesses.
Oh, yeah.
And with some other benefits. I don't know all the details, but I'd love to get that one, and I bet they pay a lot. And I need the money. Walmart. Bought Kristen a new car.
What'd you get?
BMW X5 Hybrid.
Oh, those are cool. Why'd you go with the hybrid?
Because the tax credits make it cheaper than the non-hybrid.
That's good.
And it's more efficient.
And the batteries last forever now, too.
Yeah, I mean, the battery is not a real long-range battery. It's like good for 30 miles or something.
Yeah,
but when you're just tooling around town,
it's got that torque.
It's got amazing torque, and it's got much better gas mileage overall. Yeah, the torque is unbelievable.
I bet it gets 45.
You know, I guess it depends over what range you measure. Because if you start going where you're just some on electric and then the rest on gas and you've gone hundreds of miles, then you're probably just in the low 30s. But if you're just around town, you could go on 100% electric and you hit a button and you'd be 100% electric until the battery's done.
You have an electric car?
We just got a hybrid car.
You love it?
So far, we've only had it since Saturday.
What is
my
it?
wife's BMW X5.
Oh.
Beautiful. I got it done.
After the tax credit, it's less than the full gas one.
Yeah, after the tax credit, it's cheaper than the gas one.
So hybrid. So when it's on gas, is it a full power engine or does it require?
When it's on gas, it's a full power engine.
It's a regular full power.
Regular full power engine.
And then electrically, when does it switch? When you tell it to or on its own? I'm sorry, you probably want to.
No, you can set any of that however you want. It doesn't have a
primary electric.
It's primary gas, I would say, unless you're doing either like in town slower speeds and small and lower distances.
My opinion is that that's a way complicated way to go, only because now you have two sets of different types of. Whereas if it was all electric, you know,
yeah.
You just fucking have electric people.
Yeah.
And if it's all gas, you have gas.
It is complicated.
To me, it's complicated as far as the maintenance goes.
Well, electric doesn't really require much maintenance. That's one of the beautiful things. I mean, there's so few moving parts in these electric cars.
I was truly thinking about getting them.
Like the Tesla. There's so few moving parts.
Why didn't you get a Tesla?
Well, first of all, we wanted a big car. There's an SUV. And Tesla does have an SUV, but it's a lot more money.
Well,
but the other thing is, for me, is my wife, yeah, they do. But my wife likes to do occasional road trips, like to Santa Fe and stuff. You just can't do it in an electric car right now. You'd have to stop somewhere and charge, and stop somewhere and charge, and stop somewhere and wait and charge. You know, you can't. So
how long does it take to charge?
I don't know, some number of hours.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So Tesla is awesome if you're going to be, if you don't need more than 200, 250 miles of range, and you're just going to drive around for a day and put it in the car, put it in the garage and charge it. It's perfect for that. But if you're going to do road trips, it's not good for that. So, yeah. Plus the other reason I got it is that, I endorsed the John Elway car group, right? And they bought BMW of Loveland.
They sold it to you?
Yeah, and we were their first customer. I was their first customer upon buying the dealership. So that was also kind of a fun thing. It ties my client to me more. But BMW is my favorite brand of car, always has been. And I'm so happy. I would have bought this without that, but so it's perfect for us.
Great.
See ya.
See you, man.
Hospitalization rates. Governor also outlined the state's vaccine supply and how it will be ramping up in the coming months. The poll says Colorado should receive more than 400,000 doses of vaccine by April. Sports, Nikola Jokic had a double last night, 37 points, 11 assists, 10 rebounds. Denver Nuggets dismantled Milwaukee Bucks 128-97 in Milwaukee. That's the latest. I'm Paul Wood.
Now, impact traffic.
Report is sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, travel around the Mile High City Freeway system has improved quite a bit over the past half hour. There's a few minor slow spots here and there. Downtown, southbound I-25, a little sluggish there between Park Avenue and Spears, so watch out for that. Westbound I-270, slow either side of Vasquez. The rest of the highway is in really good shape. No delays on I-70 through the heart of the city. 225 is running smooth in Aurora. No delays on 6th Avenue in Lakewood. 470, no problems in Highlands Ranch, and no stalls or accidents off highway at this time. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Going to be mostly sunny today with highs in the low 60s. Right now, 44. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
When you're ready to buy a new home and want a mortgage lender who can help you plan with certainty, Rocket can. Get personalized loan options, closing costs, and tax estimates all in real time.
Man, been doing. She's dragging me to yoga like every fucking day.
No.
And then
As close as I get is yogurt.
then I'm playing fucking racquetball after yogurt. Yeah.
When do you think she'll be back? Because I do have a master rule later, but you can just go in there, right? Or
Well,
how you do it? Shout it from here.
Oh yeah, I can. She should be back by 11.
Mm-hmm. This is in this first hour. The last break, first hour.
Hey Dan, you really sucked yesterday.
I like starting out with an insult.
Then blow me.
Oh shit, we got Mark with us. Oh my god, I realize that now.
Or as Susan's text just called him narc.
Mark, can you talk on the air?
Yeah.
He'll be able to talk on the air? Good.
Don't get distracted by the sexual harassment charges. That's what the media wants to focus on. They should be focusing on the nursing home there. Also, let's talk about that in 2.
This is the Troubleshooter Show.
The stuff going on. Recently, the state went through a completely new transformation from an old system to a new system. And to say that he is busy would be an understatement. In fact, I think Phil's wife, I'm assuming he's married, maybe he's not, his wife might say, "Who are you?" when he comes home. And his kids might call him uncle. I don't know, but Phil, are you there, sir? Mr. Spessart. Okay, Phil. I was just making some assumptions there. Okay, so the uncle daddy joke. But anyway, Phil, and if I may call you Phil, I thank you very much. We really, this was a find when Daphne came across you and got you to come on the show, and then of course we want to continue that tradition because Phil, more than any other questions on the air when it comes to government, when it comes to money, it's the unemployment division. So seriously, are you the business? And I want to know seriously. I'm not just looking for a yes. Is your office the busiest office at state government? Okay. Phil, the biggest challenge I want to talk about this transformation. What happened? And the actual name of the division, is it the Division of Unemployment? Okay, so, and that's under what department? The Labor, right? Okay, so the Department of Labor and Employment is your Division of Unemployment. You're the acting director. What recently went on that caused so much activity? No, I'm wondering, did you guys, we were told you were transforming a computer system. Okay.
Become extremely difficult to continue to update and to program, and especially when you have these other federal programs that come out in a cyclical nature, right? Extended benefits tend to be cyclical, that they occur related to recessions. There was a need to work on and improve that system. There's been some prior work to improve it that had failed. We were trying to get ahead of the next recession coming out of the Great Recession. Unfortunately, just before we were going to go live in the new system, the pandemic hit, which pushed out our go live.
Okay, now are you live on the new system?
Yes, as of January 10th, we were live on the new system, and since we've gone live on that new system, we just crossed the threshold of paying out $1 billion worth of benefits since January 10th.
Wait a minute. Did you just say $1 billion?
$1 billion since we went live with the new system.
Now, Phil, I don't expect you for each and every call to have the answer, obviously, and I know you will look into them. But when we get a call, we'll use it as an example of several others possibly, and then talk about the issue. The first issue I want to bring up, before anyone comes on the air, is the one of fraud. What should people do when they get a Relia card in the mail, either with their name or another name, and they know they've never applied? That's the very first issue. What do we do?
Yeah, the first thing I really want them to do, and what we want them to do, is to go online, because it's quicker to do it online than trying to call a call center to report it, to go online at coloradoui.gov, and there will be a link there to report fraud. And they would click on that link, and then there's going to give them two other links, whether it's an individual reporting identity theft or an employer reporting that they have received information that's an identity theft claim. They would fill that information out. That goes in. With our new system, we've been able to automate a process so that we can take those reports and we go through and make sure we place holds on those claims. In other words, we prevent those claims from paying out. Many of these claims already have holds on them. We have over 50 plus fraud hold indicators. In other words, looking at various characteristics of claims filed. So many times when people are reporting them, we've already stopped to prevent payment on the claim. But when they submit that report, then we can move it into a confirmed fraud status for further identification, further analysis.
Okay, I want to make this clear then. You say identity fraud, identity theft. So when they get a Relia card with either their name or someone else's name, they may not know that is identity theft. They may just think it's a different kind of fraud. But that is where they report it, under the identity theft section.
Correct. It means their identity or information related to identity was purchased somewhere on the dark web and has been used to file unemployment.
How about the poor people that are going to get 1099-Gs that never got unemployment?
Well,
what do they do?
That was part of my question. It's like, first and foremost, will people ever be penalized for this if they never instigated or never initiated the claim?
No. What happens is when we close the claim, if it's paid out, it's going to create an overpayment. But that individual who is the victim of it isn't responsible to repay that overpaid amount.
And then the 1099?
We've worked.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I'm going to follow up just real quick. We have worked to suppress some automated processes that for some of those individuals, they were getting the demand and repayment letter, but they're not required to repay that amount. So we've worked to try to shut those off. If you received the 1099-G and you did not file for benefits, again, we would have you most quickly go online to that same website, coloradoui.gov, and there's a banner to report 1099-G issues.
Good.
Which allows you to report that, and then we will verify. We do have some people that forget that they collected for a couple of weeks last March.
Yeah.
But the majority of them are people who are victims. This is the first time they're being aware that their identity was used. And then we make sure that claim is closed, stop paying, and we issue them a brand new 1099.
Now, are they actually going after the people, the fraudsters? Are they actually going after them?
Yes, we are actively pursuing whoever we can find to track them down, and we will be prosecuting individuals when we find them. It's happening at a federal level, too. So there has been some fraud that has been caught. There's been money that's been already returned to the state of Colorado and other states related to work that some of the banks have been doing also, and the Secret Service.
But the bottom line is there's two ways this is happening. They're getting Relia cards at their address. We don't know why. Did the person applying mistakenly use their address and forget to go there and retrieve the card? Why? Have you found any one case that you can dissect as to why, for example, Mark, 10 cards showed up at his house at different times? Why is that happening? Do they fill out someone else's information and then they try to intercept the card?
Or can they activate it just by knowing my address or something?
Yeah, like what do they do? What is the scam?
Sure. It's less that they're activating that card. So by the time that card hits somebody's house, there's no money on it. What they have done is they've filed the initial claim. They've used addresses. They tend to use or like to use addresses that have been recently in MLS listings or condos or apartments.
But if they don't get the card, what's the game?
Sure.
They already got the funds.
Right. They file that claim, and then they go in and they change their deposit method for payment to either direct deposit or to another cash deposit card. They allow that initial Relia card to go out the mail.
I get it. They don't care about that initial card. We're talking to Phil Pessart on with the Division of Unemployment. We have a lot of questions. I'm going to take your calls, too. So just stay tuned. This is a very important show. Plus, we'll take other problems, but we're going to concentrate with him for a while.
Hi.
Mark, let's do one at a time, man. This is going to be too much if we gang up. I mean, let him finish one question, then we'll go to the next. I don't know what these things are. Did they call in on their own, Mark? Did these people call in, or did you set them up? Okay, good.
Pain and art.
And do yourself and your family a favor. Check us out at plumlineservices.com.
Colorado Pain Care is a group of local doctors, and they are dedicated to one thing: eradicating pain. You don't have to accept pain as your new normal. I know people say, oh, well, you know, the normal aches and pains. They don't look at it that way. I urge you to call them no matter what your pain. They can work with you along with what you're already doing with other doctors for other conditions. They'll accept all insurance. ColoradoPainCare.com. It's a godsend, I'm telling you. ColoradoPainCare.com. Call them. 303-GOT-PAIN. You know, I go to the Art of Granite every time someone asks me about countertops, and I confirm what they do because it does sound too good to be true. First, they sell materials at wholesale. Second, they do the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. Third, they tear out and haul away free. And fourth, they give prices on the phone for granite, marble, any stone, quartz, even other solid surfaces. 303-386-5919. Get your price. 303-386-5919.
With all the recent huge changes in our economy, this is a
So Amazon does, listen to this. Amazon does 1.6 million packages a day. They do 66,000 orders an hour. and 99% success rate. These guys at the state can't do shit. Explain that to me. They don't even come, they're so far from these numbers, it's not even funny. Why wouldn't they pay a company like AWS to do it for them? Why do they try to come up with some shit in their garage to do unemployment? You know why? Because they all get paid crazy money where they could just pay someone like AWS to do it properly. They're fucking, it's bullshit. We should be calling this guy out, man. This guy's running it, and he ain't doing a good job, and we're fucking giving him a blowjob.
Right.
So he'll come on. Fuck him.
Don't forget. 720-8950. Your home has never been worth more. Take aim to get that lower rate or shorten your term. Lower your payment and pay thousands less in equity.
Fucking Dan.
720-850-500 now. Affordable interest mortgage. Locally owned and family operated since 2001. Are you ready for the future financially? Many of our clients have the ability to access their equity for 30 years without raising their payments. This prepares them for those speed bumps. Ask how you can become mortgage safe too. Take aim to 895-0500, where our reputation of putting you first and listening to you is unmatched in Colorado. Call 720-895-0500 now, so you can focus on what's important. Family. Regulated by DOR, NMLS 298191, Equal Credit Lender. Could COVID cost you your home? Cybercrime is up 75%. But the type you need to worry most about.
God, it does. It drives me crazy, Shannon. I don't fucking understand this exercise. We have people calling up, say they're literally on hold for 5 hours. They can't even answer the fucking phone.
Mm-hmm.
And enter radio for 33 days of protection. HomeTitleLock.com. So much is happening, but who can you trust? You need to check out Newsmax TV, the fastest growing news channel in America. Watch it on all major cable systems and key shows with Sean Spicer, Frank Kelly, Lindsay Keith, Stinchfield, and Rob Schmidt. They're giving you the real story on 5 Minute Pelosi. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone now, or watch Newsmax on Roku, YouTube, Pluto, Sumo, and more. 30 million Americans watch Newsmax TV. Don't miss the #1 fiction podcast, Tomorrow's Monsters, starring Golden Globe nominee John Boyega and Emmy winner Darren Criss, a mysterious hero who portrays the shadowy changing.
When do you think they're moving traffic across the wall?
Oh, God. Oh, man. Should have been August of last year. So.
It looks done.
Oh, is that right?
To me, it looks done. I mean, I don't know what I'm missing.
Yeah, I don't.
Aren't they going right there?
You don't mean like Hong Kong traffic, do you?
Yeah, I mean Hong Kong traffic.
Oh, no, they're down. They're on 3.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
They are. So Hank and those guys will be on 3.
Yes.
Are they there now?
No.
Oh, man. I'm all confused. I thought traffic was going literally right across from that non-door hole in the wall.
Gotcha.
That's going to be the newsroom.
Yeah. Like that?
I loved it.
You're welcome. I did that on purpose.
I loved it. The real director.
Mm-hmm. We'll talk to this guy's boss.
Exteriors for home improvements. They
of course, inside and outside. Avoid problems, headaches, dishonesty, and rip-offs. We have loved this Genesis Total Exteriors and Mark Szymanski for years, and you can too. Now, stucco, siding, outside stuff, plus inside, even additions. 303-679-8509, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Let's go to the phones. Phil Spessart is with us, Acting Director of the Division of Unemployment, and he's been explaining the transformation to a new computer system, which has caused some hiccups. He's also described the fraud going on where people apply for Relia cards either in your name or someone else's name using your information. A Relia card shows up at your address, and they've already gotten the money probably by electronic transfer. They are working on that. You will not be held responsible. And if you do get a 1099 for money you never received, there's a place to report that. There's also a place to report the Relia card fraud, which is coloradoui.gov. Now, we're asking him any questions you may have, too. So let's bring up John. And again, we're not going to have an answer for each and every caller. But what we will do is categorize them and get them all to Phil and his crew. John, what is your issue with unemployment?
Hi, Tom. My issue is I own a business, and my CPA was telling me the other day that he has gotten a notice that I'm filing unemployment on myself. And I'm definitely not doing that.
Well, that's one of the frauds we talked about, and then you have to report that to the best of your ability.
Right. Because I went on to that new system they got, and let alone it takes a while to get through. You finally get through to an automated voice machine, virtual assistant. And so you go through that virtual assistant, and then at the end it sets you up for an appointment. Well, what I'm finding out is every time it goes to set me up for an appointment, it comes back and tells me there's no appointments available.
Phil, have you heard about that?
Yeah, that's again a volume issue related to individuals calling in and the ability to make callbacks. John, I don't want you actually calling us to try to report the fraud. I want you to go online if you have that capability and fill out the form online. That allows us to put a stop on the claim far more quickly than calls. What we're trying to do is make sure we're not paying out on any of those claims. You can do that either as the employer or as the claimant. And in this case, I will, John, give you another number as an employer that you could try to use. But again, that number can sometimes get backed up also. So as an employer, you can actually call our employment services line, which is 303-318-9100. Again, though, that may get backed up. You'd be better served to fill that form out online, reporting that you are the victim of identity theft, so we can ensure that the claim is closed down.
All right. Now, here's something, a very common complaint we get. People apply. They're rejected. No explanation. No way to appeal. In other words, one guy, for example, was getting unemployment. Then he honestly reported that during a certain period he had worked. So he didn't get it for that period. The next time he went on, they said, based on information, whatever, previously submitted, you're not eligible. So he doesn't understand why, for a short period, if he got employment and then was then again unemployed, why did they kick him off the system? He thought it would just ebb and flow as he gets work or not.
So if an individual works for particular periods of time to where they're fully employed, ultimately the claim closes or shuts down, and the individual has to reopen the unemployment insurance.
Oh, so you can't just go on your weekly reporting like you have been doing.
Right. So if an individual goes on and there's a new certification request that sits there, and they do not complete that certification request also within 14 days, the claim will also close down, and then they will have to reopen it.
Okay, that makes sense as to why we're having those problems. Let's talk to Norm. Hi, Norm. What's going on with you, sir? What's happening?
Hey, Tom. I'm that individual you were talking about that just happened to. I reported my hours, and absolutely, the next week that I didn't have any hours, I couldn't get any.
But did you hear that he said you have to open a new claim because once you get employed?
Yeah, but here's the thing. With their old system, this might be the hiccup. With their old system, like last year in November, I've been on it since October of last year, and in November I had worked 34 hours one week, and I reported those hours. And then the next week I didn't work, and I was still able to get unemployment. Everything went smooth. Everything went great.
On the old system.
On the old system. Now on this new system, all of a sudden I'm doing but what I did is I reopened my claim, and it's still not letting me report. Do I need to let it go a week and then try it again? But my question after that too is, even if I can go again, am I able to backdate it from when I was, unemployed? Am I still going to get the help that I need from unemployment.
Yeah, one thing, Norm, I'll have to look at the particulars of your claim. So Suzanne or whoever will take your information, then they'll forward it to me so I can look at the information of your claim. Norm, there is on the new system, there's a question sometimes that's asked on those weekly certifications asking if an individual has returned to work. And if they answer that yes, it shuts down the claim.
So that
we are working on seeing if we can rephrase that question. That's another one of those questions.
He's just saying it's a quirk the way that is working right now, and they're going to try to redo it.
Kind of a quirk.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunate that some people can't elaborate on what the question actually means, because in parentheses on that particular question it says, "Have you worked more than 32 hours?" And in this case, I did work.
No, and he understands that it needs work, and we are going to get your information to him directly. We promise that. Now, Mark, did you have a specific question?
I do. I've got specific questions. A couple things
One at
here.
a time.
All the fraud that's happening, Phil, who the hell's going to pay for it? The taxpayers, because you guys aren't going to find these people. Is the unemployment insurance going to go up on small businesses to cover it?
Now, that's a good question, because as we heard, Ross Kaminsky was teasing his show tomorrow, saying that billions of dollars have been paid out in fraud. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, I was going to correct his tease, actually. There was an incorrect story written. It's actually 6.5 million, not billion.
Okay.
6.5 million that's been paid out. Do I anticipate that cost will go up? That cost will go up. Right? Obviously, we have some people who have received 1099-Gs. We didn't know those were fraudulent until now. They've reported them. Those were within our old system. In the old system, we didn't have the same capability we have in the new system. So in the old system, when we were doing our fraud analytics, we would have to have staff go in and manually shut down claims to prevent those from paying. And there had been a backlog of 30,000 of those. As soon as we went live on the new system, we were able to apply the same fraud holds that we had been using in the PUA system to place holds on claims overnight, and we place holds every night. So there is some truth, Mark, on things that come out of the state fund.
Phil, it's just, it's so frustrating. Well, we take all these calls. Tom, if this was a company anywhere in the world, the CEO would be fired. The company wouldn't exist. I don't understand, and this has nothing to do with you, Phil, but I don't understand why you guys don't go to someone like AWS that knows how to run a freaking system like this. Why do they do it in their basement down there, and they can't even answer people's calls?
But, Mark, the problem is, I don't think, is with the staff. It's with the fraud. I think we have an unprecedented amount of fraud.
Amazon doesn't have this much fraud, and they do 1.6 billion or 1.6 million transactions a day.
But I'm saying that when it comes to government fraud, the government was not set up to probably handle this much fraud. They're just not set up for that much fraud, I'm saying.
Tom, if this was a company, the CEO would be replaced and the company would ultimately go out of business because they're leaking money. And then it comes down on us, the taxpayers.
But, Mark, I don't know, honest to goodness, I don't know how you pick any one person in state government and say you're responsible for this fraud.
I don't. I picked it. Well, yeah, you do. You know who it is in this? It's the governor. That's who does it, because they could outsource some of this stuff.
Okay. You're saying they're not handling it effectively. Okay.
It's horrible, and it's not just Colorado.
Mark, I'm wondering if we can have people in IT call and maybe weigh in on why this fraud is so easy, because it does seem to be easy to put in a claim using
Tom, I got
fraudulent.
like 15 cards to my house.
No, I know, and it is frustrating. Again, I'm going to ask Phil about that. What they do on the employee or staff level, how are they addressing it, or why is it easy? I'm sure he can talk about that. Phil has never shrunk back from answering a question. By the way, Compass Insurance is offering free insurance checkups. You need to get one periodically, and you will save money. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I saved $4,500 getting more coverage, but because they reviewed me, and I was with them to begin with, because they have 25 different companies they can shop you with. And if you have a great deal, they'll tell you, 303-996-9000. And it's theinsurancehelpcenter.com. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown at 2, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, travel around the Mile High City Freeway system in pretty good shape right now. No stalls, accidents, or any major delays. A little bit of slowing downtown on northbound I-25 between Spear and Park Avenue to watch out for. Traffic flow back up to speed in Commerce City on westbound 270 at Vasquez. In fact, the highways are wide open pretty much across town. One crash off highway on the southbound side of Vasquez, approaching 56. Police are on the scene, so best look at the area if you can. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Going to be mostly sunny today with highs in the low 60s. Tonight, clear overnight with lows in the 30s. Right now, keep clouds above and 50. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
When you're ready to buy a new home, and the good with triplets can help you plan with certainty. Rocket can. Get personalized loan options, closing costs, and tax estimates all in real time. Rocket can. Rocket Mortgage.
I want to tell you about 2 guaranteed investments. I mean guaranteed, okay? You have Become the Banker life insurance, where you overfund life insurance with tax-free growth and returns. You can use it as a line of credit through your life and pay yourself back and use it for retirement. A guaranteed return of 4% plus a 1% dividend. That is 5% return. Then you have the guaranteed retirement pension. To find out about both of these vehicles, becomethebanker.org to make an appointment, either single appointment or a webinar. Becomethebanker.org. Now, when we're talking about, money and life insurance and all that kind of stuff, I can't help but thinking about Blake Harris at MileHighEstatePlanning.com. Please don't assume you got everything knocked out because you did it years ago. Update your retirement plan. Update your estate plan. Update everything you have at least every 5 years. MileHighEstatePlanning.com, or get a plan in place, whether it's a simple will, a trust. Maybe you need powers of attorney for medical directives, or even how to care for your horse. No, I'm serious. There's all kinds of things that happen in an estate, and you can avoid problems by spelling them out. It doesn't have to be expensive either. Blake Harris charges flat rates for what he does for you, and he quotes those rates up front. You're not charged for the consultation. 833-ASK-BLAKE. 833-ASK-BLAKE. That's MileHighEstatePlanning.com. I've been a fan of chiropractic for years, but a lot of people, they're afraid of chiropractic. They think it's twisting and jarring and thumping, and it's not. Bright Light Chiropractic does neurological chiropractic, which are light-targeted adjustments to the nerves causing the problems. To find out more, brightlightdenver.com. They're at University and County Line. I really like these people. It's a family chiropractic office. If you're new to chiropractic or you're just looking for a chiropractor, University and County Line, brightlightdenver.com. 720-583-4506, just $49 for an initial exam and imaging. 720-583-4506.
What's the worst part of needing bladder control products? Carrying them around the store? That they're bulky and leak.
Yes, what? Did you want something, bro?
You deserve better.
Man, these guys
you feel like you are in control.
Well, Mark, Phil particularly, I don't think is. I really don't. I think he's more of the supervisor or something. We do have to find out, why is it running rampant? But let me ask you something. Is it running rampant more here than other states, or is it all over?
It is in some states, but here is absolutely insane.
I know, if you alone got 15 cards, you alone, that's because your house was on the market in the last 3 years.
I
bought 5 years ago.
Don't miss out. That's a free trial pack for the first 100 listeners to sign up right now at getbecause.com/free. Getbecause.com/free.
Free.
Hey there, homeowners. Are you experiencing pipe leaks? Is your water bill unexpectedly high? Or are you suffering from low water pressure? These are signs of widespread pipe failure due to old, corroded, and Johnny pipe.
That's fine. By the way, just so you know, I'm not sticking up for him, but that's great. But what I don't want to do is shut down our communication for sure.
I get it, but I mean, I feel like we're giving this guy great water pressure. They've been doing this for over 25 years, serving over 40,000 happy customers. Repipe in just 1 to 2 days at half the cost of a plumber with a lifetime guarantee. So say goodbye to leaks once and for all. Enjoy a pipe-free home and eliminate the risk of potential water damage. Call us today for your free in-home estimate. We'll even take 20% off our already low price.
I agree that you can't throw softballs. I agree totally. But what you can't do in the beginning is start out that way, because start out with hardballs, because you're not going to extract the information.
It's great answering individual questions, but the real problem is that entire department sucks.
Tom Martino. The internet and social media are riddled with liars, cheats, and ripoffs, promising big money, but not delivering. Sometimes outright stealing. Don't take chances. Go with someone local, someone in Denver, nearly 40 years, a trusted name, David Ellis Jewelers. No one will give you a better deal. Cash on the spot for your gold, silver, watches, and even coin collections. If it has value, David Ellis will know, and he's someone you can trust. He came to Denver when I did, and we've both been friends helping consumers. He's the expert I turn to. Call today, 303-322-8779. Or stop by the Cherry Creek North shopping area, 3rd and Clayton. DavidEllisJewelry.com, 303-322-8779. Don't wait. That's 303-322-8779.
Hi, Tom Martino here. I'm going to go to some of the phones, and then we'll address fraud and why.
I really do want to address that. Pat, right now. Pat, what is your issue? I'm going to bring up Phil Spessart, the Acting Director, Division of Unemployment. That office has been riddled with fraud because of all of the bogus claims and the bogus Relia cards. Also, they have a new computer system, and we'll get into all of that. But right now, let's just get what we're doing. We're taking individual calls. Now, we're not going to solve that individual call, but it will typify probably for every person who calls. It'll typify many, many other problems. And then Phil will get a good idea of what's out there. Plus, we will put you on a list and get you over to his office. Pat, go ahead.
Yeah, Tom, it's Paul.
Paul, go ahead, Paul.
I filed the fraud report back in December. I had to do that twice to get the account closed. And then on February the 9th, I did the request for a new 1099-G, and I still have not received that. And I want to know, how long does it take to get the new corrected one, or should I refile for a new one again? I don't understand why it's taking so long.
And just so you know, Paul, you can file your taxes without it, and even write through an old one and write on it with an explanation as to why it is incorrect. And we have done that in the past. I just want you to know that as far as tax returns. But you have a good question. So, Phil, if there is a need, first of all, why was it incorrect to begin with, Paul?
Well, it was because of fraud. It shows that.
Oh, I got it. Okay, I get it. So you did receive some funds, but not as much as they say?
No, I didn't receive any. Somebody filed for unemployment fraudulently.
I get it. We got it. We got it, Paul.
The 1099.
Paul, we got it. I just wanted to know if, because you kept saying a corrected one. Well, there wouldn't be a corrected one. There would be no one. There would be not, you would not get one. So I didn't know what you meant. So that's good. So you had, this is an example of a 1099-G, and you reported it, and you haven't received anything? And Phil, correct me if I'm... Go ahead.
I received the one showing the amount that was fraudulently paid out.
I know that.
That when I went on the website, it says that you can file for a new one that will show that I didn't get anything.
Okay.
And I still haven't received it.
Then maybe I'm wrong. Phil, let me just ask that question. Do you actually get one that says 0? I mean, if you got a fraudulent 1099-G, do you actually get another one if you've not received a dime, or you just don't get anything?
No, they would get a corrected one. He would get a corrected one that showed $0. But you're correct. The IRS has issued guidance. So for individuals who were victims of that identity theft who did not receive anything in unemployment during the year, if they do not receive that 1099-G that's corrected, they can still file their taxes indicating that they did not receive any unemployment insurance benefits or unearned income in that line. Paul, it sounds like when you initially made your fraud report, that was when we were still in the old system. So there was a backlog at that point in time on individuals or individual staff trying to close down those claims.
Okay, now
do you know what the mailing date? I'm just trying to figure what the mailing date was on that 1099.
Do you remember when you got that, Paul? That date?
The 1099. I don't know that I have it written down on there, but I'm not at home. But like I said, I filed.
Paul, we heard you. You don't have to repeat it. Okay? We heard you. I mean, saying it more is not going to help. You filed. You're waiting for another one. You didn't get it. And that is a good question. People are nervous, and they're waiting for it. Again, they don't need to for their tax return. Is it possible they'll never get a corrected one?
No, they will get a corrected one if we have the report. So we'll need to get Paul's information so I can dig up where the corrected one is.
Mark, can you get, of course, Paul's email, and then and we'll do that.
Yep.
And listen, anyone who go ahead, Phil.
And a quick note: the reason I was checking for the date that the original 1099 might have been issued is when we were still in the state system trying to manually close those down. A lot of those 1099s went out early in January.
Right.
Before they had the fraud holds attached. So we have several people out there that receive 1099s that way and are having to request the corrected. Although, again, as you noted, IRS doesn't require them to wait for that corrected if it was supposed to be $0.
George, you got a demand for payment. What is that, George?
I got February 23rd, and it says I'm outstanding balance of $1,947 due and delinquent by 60 days. So they're demanding payment.
And what is this payment for, George?
I haven't filed for unemployment.
But what did they say? We get it. What did they say the payment's for, George?
They don't say.
My God. They just say you...
Overpayment.
Okay, so they're saying you got benefits. Right. They're saying you got benefits. You shouldn't have gotten benefits. And by the way, George, we get your 77. You've never filed. You don't have to repeat that because we know it. You did not file your 77. We're going to put that down with your information when we send it. So, Phil, when people are told they have to pay back the money, now that's even worse because they never got it to begin with. So what do they do when they get a collections notice?
Correct. So if this is the first time that George was aware that perhaps he was the victim of identity theft, and it may not be the first time he was aware from our program, but if it's the first time, we still want him to report that as a fraudulent claim. That may be his first indicator that somebody filed using his information. Number two, we're suppressing those going out here in the future, those overpayment requests, because some of them, the fraudster has used George's address.
Right.
And this self-generated form is going to go to George's address. And yet if we have closed down the claim and prevented it from any additional payments because of fraud, we shouldn't be sending George extra documents to create additional anxiety. Right. We heard it from Mark.
There's
tons of anxiety out there in the employer community and in the claimant community. So there are some automated processes in the new system for efficiency that right now we're having to shut off.
Now, is the state going to pay anybody to get through all this crap? Like, if I got to deal with this stuff in a 1099-G, you guys going to kick me a few bucks for my time?
Mark, what do you think? Of course the answer is no. Listen, Phil, in case you haven't noticed, Mark is really pissed off, not at you, but he's pissed off because here's what he's thinking. If he got 15 cards at his house, or 10, and all these other employees and employers or elderly people like George, if they're all getting this, it is more rampant than rampant. It almost seems like it's out of control. How did it get that way? These are fair questions.
It's dominated our show for weeks.
We're going to talk about that. We need to.
That sounder went.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on
Wow.
Then you can hear Ross Kaminsky in the morning.
Just tell me who I have. You haven't loaded it because I want to get the copy before this is over.
Denver,
Gotcha. Master and affordable.
for 2,000 devices.
Mark's doing master
now. Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, a bit of delay downtown on northbound I-25 between Park Avenue and Spear to watch out for.
I'll do mine first.
Sluggish on the approach to Colfax as well. Otherwise, you're in pretty good shape across town. I-70 looking good from Arvada all the way up to Pena Boulevard. No delays in 270 in Commerce City at this time. I-76 looking good traveling in or out of the metro area. No delays in 470 in Highlands Ranch. 6th Avenue is running smooth in Lakewood as well. Fox 31 pinpoint weather going to be mostly sunny today with highs in the low 60s. Tonight, clear overnight with lows in 30s. Right now, just a few clouds above and 50. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
When you're ready to buy a new home and want a mortgage lender who can help you plan with certainty, Rocket can. Need a lender who can help you understand all your mortgage options, get personalized loan options, and tax estimates all in real time? Rocket can. Rocket Mortgage.
Affordable Interest Mortgage is a home lender, and Kurt Rogers is behind it. It's locally owned and family operated since 2001. I want to direct your attention to their service. They have conventional, VA, FHA, and the asset manager. The asset manager is a first deed of trust line of credit that you can take out and pay down at will. It is one of the only products of its kind. And guess what? For all the money you have in your bank at any one time, it counts against your average daily balance, which means you pay less interest. He can explain more. 720-895-0500. The website, aimortgage.net. You know, people are going crazy with refis and with purchase money, and you need to find lenders that'll take you as a person and treat you with dignity, respect, and get it done quickly. You're not just a number at aimortgage.net.
Master of Plumbing. Wait a minute, that's not the right song. You know what I'm talking about, though? Master Rooter Plumbing. These guys will save you the big bucks. If you ever need sewer line replacement or water lines installed, or if you're a commercial contractor and you're looking for that plumbing company that can get the job done on time and give you a great price, commercial or folks at home that need a sewer line, Master Rooter Plumbing. They've been on the referral list for 10 years plus. They're great people, great prices. Master Rooter Plumbing. 720-434-3406. Write it down. Put it in your phone. 720-434-3406 or find them at referralist.com. How long was that? It was too long, I think.
I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
I don't give a shit.
No.
Maybe that's the better way to put it. We figured out why traffic's all messed up because Tim told us they have rotation for 4 hours. So when people play spots, like I play spots for Frank Duran and I say play them between 10 and noon. Well, they don't do it that way. They'll all play between either 10 and noon or noon and 2. You can't do the whole 4 hours. It's like we have two different shows. It's amazing. It's really amazing. I think if iHeart had more time to move traffic, I think it would have went really smooth, but it did not go that smooth. Although it went surprisingly smooth. No comment?
Move traffic honk or traffic?
Traffic spot-wise, commercial-wise.
Oh, you mean the people?
Yeah, the people used to be on the second floor. Yeah. Now the people are where? Like Albuquerque.
Yeah.
So is the people in Albuquerque doing it for tons of different regions or just us?
Yeah, no,
okay.
All over.
Complete consolidation.
Yeah. Yep.
I tell this guy to hold. What question do you have? Is this Curly? Hey, Curly, I got you up, man. I knew it. I wanted to make sure you're not new. You'll be up. Hold on. You're coming up next, I think. Oh, I don't know where I got Curly. Curly. Hold on a minute. No, wait. If they call you Curly, you have no hair. Hold on. Curly Mo. He's like, my name's not Curly. You keep calling me Curly. It's Charlie.
He a frustrated drummer? Or does he actually drum with Tommy?
Say that again, sir.
Why is Tom drummed? Is he a drummer? Do you think he's a drummer?
Yeah. He's got a nice drum set.
And breaking bipolar manic depressive.
He drummed. He's not a bad drummer, actually. In fact, if he stuck with it, because he is a little on the spectrum, he acknowledges that. If he literally concentrated on drumming like he did what he does, he could be a very good fucking drummer. But how boring would that be?
Well,
I'm not talking Van Halen drummer. You know, I'm talking like orchestra. Or a marching band drummer.
Good, yeah, keep moving.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com for buying and selling real estate. Someone who has your best interests at heart, and you can use him for, and he's not even going to expect a long-term contract, because if you sign a contract with him and you want out, he'll let you out. Why? Because he wants to earn your trust every day, which he does. Free market valuations of your home. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Now, Charlie has a comment on fraud prevention. Go ahead, Charlie. What do you have as a suggestion or comment? Go ahead, sir.
I understand Mark's frustration, but it's an unfortunate situation that there is little that can be done to prevent it.
Well,
understand that once I have somebody's social and mailing address, I've got it. I've got it. What are you going to do about it?
Think about this.
That's the hacker's mentality.
Think about this. Would you want the government handling voting this way if they do online voting? I mean, think about it. I
don't disagree.
It is frustrating. Now,
they're on healthcare. When they jumped into healthcare, they made our lives miserable.
Now, there are two sides to me. One side says, listen, Phil's on the show. Let's give them a break and get through the problems and talk about the issues. And there's another side of me that says, really, I mean, this is not going to accomplish anything, really, if we just express our frustration. But Mark is not the only one thinking this. This is a major, major problem, Phil. This is not like an occasional welfare fraud we hear about, or an occasional credit card problem, or even somebody getting someone else's driver's license. Why particularly unemployment? It is not the same as other branches of government or other kinds of fraud. Why is it so much unemployment? Can you put your finger on it? Was the system too lax?
Yeah, it's actually a result of the creation of the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program.
Why is that?
When that was rolled out by Congress initially in the CARES Act, it only required self-certification from individuals. And that's a program, because there's no employers involved paying in, that there's not that check where the questionnaire for separation would go out to an employer and asking, why isn't this individual working for you? So that became a really early target for identity thieves.
Because with self-certification, they literally go online and just state what happens, and there's no follow-up.
Correct. And so you look at a couple of programs now, you take the closures and the hit on the economy that we've seen during the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
It's an unprecedented volume of claims for every state. So this creates this perfect opportunity, perfect storm for fraudsters who sit out there and and they're just waiting for opportunities. Here's this grand opportunity with such volume states have never seen before. Fraudsters count on that volume to file those claims, believing, well, everybody's trying to get out payments quickly to those who are impacted.
Yes.
No one's going to catch and check this. So,
all right, hold on.
Greenberry.
Hi, I'm Peter. I'm sorry, Phil, we ran out of time, but you're doing great, and I really appreciate it. You don't know how much reaction we're getting to this, and by the way, it's good, so hold on.
Greenberry with amazing onyx sorghum is the healthiest and most natural choice in the cereal aisle. And we created it for everyone. You want powerful plant-based antioxidants to protect against free radicals?
Oh! My God, Phil, I just never, he said, you tell that son of a bitch I'm done, and he fucking hung up. Oh, I'm just kidding. I hope he did. No, Mark, he's a good guy. Hey, hold on a second. There's something I wanted to ask you, though. What's up, man? I don't know who I took and didn't take. It's all updated. Okay. The length, the longest. Okay. And then I'll take all that. Stan's got. He's calling about become the banker. That's fine. No, but I'll go to it. He can just. Maybe we get Joe on. He's saying all he said to me is, "I got a question." Tom's always saying it's guaranteed 5%, but I don't even think you get one or whatever. Okay. It's a good one for Joe. On Capitol Hill, Senate lawmakers are hearing from top security and. What do you think of Cuomo, man? You think this dude's gone?
Yeah, but Ross does have a point. It's too bad that somebody has to be gone for saying, hey, baby.
Well, it's a little more than that.
Well, but it's not as much as I would do.
It's not as much.
I can't believe I haven't been shit canned just for, joking about.
Well, look at O'Reilly. He got canned because he showered with some lady with a falafel. She said it was okay. If she wants to get rubbed down with a burrito, that's her deal.
And the same with Louis C.K. He asked all those women if they, did you mind terrible much?
Yeah, but when you're the governor, though, man, that's like an elected, the most powerful position. You can't be going around grabbing chicks' cheeks going, can I kiss you?
No, but it's just.
I know what you mean. Hey, 30 years ago, this was all fucking normal.
Oh, yeah.
60 years ago, guys were tuning up their wives on the weekend, and the neighbors would always look away like nothing happened. It was norm.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right, that pendulum is starting to get to the point where it is absurd.
I can't remember who it was. You remember real quick, my family had a restaurant like Elvis used to hang out there.
Yeah.
And Broncos galore. And I went outside, and there was some guy pushing some chick around in the back parking lot, and I came and got the bartender. And he comes out to see, he goes, it wasn't Alzado, but it was that era.
Yeah.
And he's like, it's
it's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Late 70s. Clobbering some chick. It's fucking,
Dude, I was at a little bar off Broadway like 10 years ago called The Castle. You ever heard of it?
Oh, yeah.
Hold, please. So I'm just having a drink at The Castle, and right over their outside thing, this big fence outside, it was a nice day out, I hear this guy wailing on this chick, man, and I literally got up on the picnic table, and I look over. I call 911. Cops show up. It was one of the biker gangs, whatever it is.
Like Sons of Silence.
Sons of Silence.
Yeah.
So this guy's like, all these people in the bar, I guess, are Sons of Silence. So they're not fucking happy. But what surprised me is the bartender, after the cops left, said, I might lose my liquor license because you called the cops. Mm-hmm. Meaning, he's had the cops there so many times he's on probation. What are you supposed to do? I'm not talking the guy was yelling at her. The guy was fucking whacking her around.
Right.
Fuck. I'll tell you this, if I knew it was all Sons of Satan there, I would have called 911 still, but I would have left.
Yeah. No, I used to hang out there a bit, and that's too bad, man.
Yeah, I bet.
It should be on the other bikers to fix that dude.
Yeah. Culture, though, that real culture, not the wannabe culture, the real culture, I think the women are probably tuned up. I mean, don't you?
A little bit, yeah.
I hear they pass their women around, all kinds of weird shit.
Oh, yeah, I lost a girl to that gang.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. I've actually yelled at a couple of dudes in colors because of it. You motherfuckers took a chick from me in the 80s. Fuck you, get out of the road. And they just laugh or flip me off, you know. I love that.
So the guy coming on with Ross tomorrow is this dude. Is our audio on in here? It depends where he's got the camera. It looks like it.
On video.
I never fucking talk. I mean, this is amazing. How long are we keeping this guy on?
As long as we get called. I mean, this is not going to just do the same thing over and over and over. They just call, here's what happened to me. And
ask him how much he gets paid, or I will.
Hey, listen. He said the federal government fucked things up with that pandemic assistance because he said all they did was self-certification. You just declared it, and they took it. And he said that's where the problem was because there's the state unemployment before this.
This shit should all be ran by outside companies that know what the fuck they're doing in IT. You know that. Why would they? You know what they do? They create payroll for 1 million people to do the job somebody like AWS could do for 1/10 of it and do it 1,000 times better. They create jobs.
But hold on. What I want to ask is, can we go off?
Hold on. I can't. I have no control in here. Dan, go off audio in here. In fact, the problem is I can't even check. I got to be on there. Here, we can go in there. Watch him.
The news booth.
He'll follow us.
No, I'm not going to go in the news booth. Outside here. Listen. We need to. Looking to buy a home? Get the best team on your When he's not talking about it, he's tweeting about it. Twitter fans follow the Troubleshooter at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of Denver's talk stations on Twitter. Find us right now at 630KNOW. It's Ross Kaminsky, Mornings at 6. How exactly does Colorado give away $6.5 billion in fraudulent unemployment claims? We'll ask the director of the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment Thursday morning at 7:05 here on 630KNOW. This is the Troubleshooter Show.
Right now. And unfortunately, Ross's promo just ran again. It said $6 billion. I'll try to fix that.
Just 6. Just do 6.
It really does work. Okay, let's get to the phones. I just want to say this. We have
Phil Spessard, Acting Director, Division of Unemployment on. So we're taking a majority of his calls. I will take other problems, but while Phil is here, as long as we have calls, I do want to get to the problems. Now, we have had a lot of problems that are duplicated, and there's really actually no sense getting the other ones on. Like if we've already handled the issue. Not because it's not important, but because we're going to send Phil a bunch of names and emails or whatever. If you send them to us, help@troubleshooter.com. For example, with Mike here. Mike, you're still waiting on a corrected 1099-G. And by the way, that question was addressed in that they're just inundated with these. And you don't need it to file your taxes, but you will eventually get a corrected one. You can file the one you got saying it was a result of fraud and you never actually got the money. Did you hear the previous caller, Mike?
Yes, but I think I know I have to file a new 1099 because it was $1,700 more basically.
So I just wanted to know how long it would take when I do that. Is it weeks or like months for that to come back? And I realized I guess I can file if I have.
If you have the wrong one, you report the correct amount, and then you put in an explanation saying that due to unemployment fraud, this showing $1,700 more. But Phil, how long is it taking? What's that, Mike?
Do you think it's fraud if it's just $1,700 more, or maybe the state was wrong?
I think it's fraud. I think based on the way things are going, Mike, it sounds like fraud because they don't just take numbers out of the air. There's a number associated.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
There's a number associated with your social. Let's talk to Phil. Phil, if the number is wrong, can we assume if there's more there than he actually got, can we assume it's fraud?
That's always a possibility. We have had people, though, who are reporting, hey, this 1099 is more than I received. And then they forgot that they received that FPUC payment, right, the extra $600. Or they received some of those LWA payments for $300 later in the year, and those are all taxable income also. Mike, if you have not already, though, and you need an adjusted 1099, go online and make that request. Those are taking still a couple of weeks to go through. Staff investigate those, and sometimes they call parties and find out, oh, I forgot I received that. Other times we do find out that somebody hijacked an unemployment claim and that there was fraud on there. So then we can get those shut down and make adjustments to a claim. Because if you had an unemployment claim previously and it was hijacked somehow by somebody,
right,
it becomes more difficult in the future if you need to reopen that unemployment insurance claim because of some of the things we need to do to the claim.
Now, what we did was we talked about, by the way, fraud and why there's so much, but one of the explanations given is that the federal government, when they implemented the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, what they really did was opened up the floodgates because they only required self-certification. It did not have to be confirmed by an employer. If you had to pick a point in time when the fraud started, you would say it's when the federal government did the self-certification?
Yeah, it was shortly after that. So, for example, before we went to break, in June, we were looking in that system, and as our economy was increasing, we're getting a little better at that time as some of the stay-at-home orders were lifted. Numbers were going the wrong direction in that program. Caused us to look at it, caused us to review and see some similarities on claims, brought in a vendor related to fraud analytics, and immediately, the middle of June, we put on about 12 to 18 different fraud holds in that system. And we have continued to refine those fraud holds to prevent payment. So a lot of times, Tom, is we've had people calling today upset, right, frustrated.
Yes.
A lot of times, those claims where there's 15 cards that comes to an individual's house, a lot of times we have 50-plus fraud indicators at this point in time. Claim will be filed one day. That night, when it goes through batch, if it meets certain characteristics, the fraud hold gets placed on it to prevent it from paying. That doesn't stop at this point in time the paperwork associated with the claim still going out in the mail. So as I have found on a lot of these where individuals have reported the fraud for receiving the Relia cards, we've already stopped those claims. But the report allows us to take it from suspected fraud and put it in that confirmed fraud pile for further analysis as we continue to do our fraud analytics.
God, I just don't know how you're hold on one sec, keeping up with it. Norm, you've been waiting a while. Go ahead, Norm.
No, I was on at the beginning of the show. I was just on hold because you guys are supposed to take my information, I guess.
Okay. Here's what you do. Okay, Norm, if you do this, I'm sorry. You do help@troubleshooter.com in an email. That's the email address. And put unemployment problem, unemployment insurance problem, or whatever, just to flag it in the subject. Then put down your vitals. Norm, that's really all you need to do. The shorter the email, the better, with your vitals on, and then just a short statement what happened. So Norm is done, Mark, line 2. All right. And so it's help@troubleshooter.com. Nick, what's going on with you, Nick? Welcome.
Okay, my issue is I filed a pandemic unemployment claim. I'm self-employed.
Sure.
And I did get unemployment eventually.
Okay.
The issue was when I signed up, I messed up my Social Security number. So it took forever. It eventually, and every time I called in, everyone said they would take care of it on the back end to correct it. But it never did. So I got the 1099 with the wrong number, and I'm still eligible. I could go back in. I'm still not working. But the problem is, if I start the claim again, it's still under the wrong number.
What consequences is that, having the wrong social, as long as you file the 1099 with your account and just say it was a mistake?
I was telling him off air. I mean, I wonder how that works. Like, it's not going to be connected to him when he does his federal taxes. So, hint, hint, blah, blah, whatever.
In other words, why bother? Why don't let's just leave it alone? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, why is he jumping through
Phil,
hoops?
if he made a mistake with the social number, what are the consequences?
Well, I think, as Mark had noted, right, if he were to file taxes on that, that might be credited or claimed to some other individual. And at some point, IRS is going to come looking, right? You don't want IRS come looking. So, Nick, if you leave your information, I can get that one adjusted. We'll get that adjusted, move to the appropriate Social Security number, and get a new 1099 out. It also means when we've sent out a 1099, it's not just that we've sent a 1099 to you. We've also created the file that's gone to IRS. So we need to send a corrected file to IRS that would report those those benefits under the proper Social Security number.
So Mark, if you could just get, in Nick's case.
Got it.
Yeah, thanks. 303-713-TALK. Listen, I want to take this just because I don't want him holding the whole show. So I'll take Stan real quick, which is off topic, which is fine. I'll take other questions as well. Go ahead, Stan. Stan, are you there, sir? All right, I'm dropping him. Sorry. 303-713-8255. We have more coming up.
Did you know the River Nile flows south?
Dylan, what's your phone number?
Hey, no, don't run off.
Wait. Dylan, I'm sorry. Is this... Hold on. Do I have one?
Yeah, 888.
You're going to have to hold on a second.
Okay.
No, not you.
You got him?
Yeah.
Say hold.
Troubleshooter show. Hold for a sec, all right? What's your name?
There you go.
What's your name?
He'll do 888 from here.
John, what's your question or comment, man? Real quick.
Fuller Law is a law firm specializing in personal injury. John Fuller, I've known him for many, many years, and he will answer your questions when you need it the most. After an accident with injuries, you can call him and you can discuss your case, what it's worth, if he thinks there's a good chance of collecting, what the insurance picture looks like, and then he'll decide what he thinks about your case. You, of course, are not obligated to hire John, but he's willing to help you. So you call him 303-597-4500. By the way, if you do hire him, it's always on contingency. So there's never out of pocket. 303-597-4500. Look for John Fuller at referralist.com. Also on the referral list, you'll find The Art of Granite. TheArtofGranite.com. They have a showroom in Golden you can go to, but you make an appointment at 303-386-5919. You can also get a price at that phone number, 303-386-5919. That's right. You tell them if you want quartz, granite, marble, some other kind of solid surface or stone, and they'd be happy to quote you because they do wholesale on materials. They charge only for fabrication and installation. Even the tear out hallway is free, and the trim's free when you do the kitchen. 303-386-5919.
You know, if you listen to the show and know me, you know I can be a little gruff. There's no doubt about it. In fact, my personality, well, let's just say it like it is. It might rub you a little wrong. But there's one thing you do need to know. I shop and I love good pricing and I love good service. No matter how you put it, no matter what you think of me personally, the people I talk about, like 888heating.com, are the best. These guys have the best prices out there. If you need a new furnace, a new air conditioner, and they also give you all the choices. If you call them out there and your thing's not working, guess what? They're going to tell you how much to repair it. They're not going to force you to buy a new furnace. These aren't the kind of guys that twist your arm. 888heating.com. Great people. 888heating.com. Hey, is there two? This guy emailed going, Tom was talking about two different Gravinus windows. Is there two different ones?
There were two brothers that went two separate ways, yes. I don't know what the current state is.
So at one point, though, they each owned a Gravinus windows?
Well, yeah, but they were named differently. One was Gravina this and the other one.
Who's the one you always heard? Gravinus.
Gravina. Gravina has the greatest windows.
Yeah. That's one of them, though.
Yeah.
So they didn't even co-op on advertising.
Oh, no. They couldn't stand each other, but they had different names with Gravina in it.
So the old man dies, I assume, and then the brothers go...
I don't think they ever had... They one time might have had one company, but I don't think the old man was it.
I did not know that. Okay.
But that's an old-time name. I don't know who they are, if they're all still in business right now or not.
Okay. This guy probably doesn't like me. Oh, it's Jay's birthday. Let's give a shout out to him if we think about it.
It's Suzanne. I know Mark probably fielded your call. Have you been on the air yet?
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can.
Oh, okay, perfect, Nick. Alrighty, Nick, okay, what is the gist of your issue? Because I didn't hear it. Oh, I did hear that one. Okay, and now that's caused a big hiccup for you. Oh, gosh. I was listening in the car on the way here, and I heard your call, but I didn't hear your name. Okay, so you messed up on... Oh, no. Oh, we got 2.5 more hours. I had to go get an allergy shot, and it was the only time they could fit me in was during the show, and I'm like, great. Okay, so messed up on Social Security number.
Phil again?
Oh, hang on a minute, please. Troubleshooter show. Is this Phil?
Heard that other line.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Hang on.
Social, I meant name and phone number.
This report is sponsored by Rocket Mortgage. When you're ready to buy a new home and want a mortgage lender who can help you plan with certainty, Rocket can. Need a lender who can help you understand all your mortgage options, get personalized loan options, closing costs, and tax estimates all in real time? Rocket can. Rocket Mortgage.
630 KL, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget to protect your computer, your laptop, your cell phone from attacks. You know, your cell phone is attacked several times a day, and you just don't know it because they don't shut your phone down or anything. They just steal information or they target you and track you. You can stop it all of it. Viruses, malware, adware, all of it. With SaferNet.com for just $2 a month for each device. It's an app that runs in the background. SaferNet.com. You're crazy not to do it, especially at $2 a month, and you get 44 days free just for putting Tom in the promo code. 44 days to try it out. So try it. SaferNet.com. Now, Phil Spessart is kind enough to be here. The director over at the Division of Unemployment, they've just switched to a new computer system. He said fraud's been rampant since the federal government instituted self-certification. If you had to pick a date when that happened, that's when it happened. There are a lot of people expressing dismay at all of the fraud. Unprecedented. I mean, we've really not seen this level of fraud in anything. Now, Phil has counterparts in other states, and I'm wondering, Phil, are other states experiencing the same levels of fraud?
Yes, and it took them much longer to catch on than it took us. So California, for example, didn't start catching on until they had paid out over $2 billion, and I think they're up to $11 billion that they have discovered that they paid out in fraudulent claims.
I hope these people are punished. I hope the perpetrators... You know, this is the problem with economic crime, Phil. People are not punished.
You can shoplift in California and they won't do anything. Come on, man. They're not going to do anything to these people. It's white-collar crime.
So anyway, Marcy. Let's go to Marcy. She has and again, I'm only taking problems that typify what's going on. We don't have to hear from each and every person who missed a check. What we can do, though, is take your information, or you can write help@troubleshooter.com. That's the email. Put in the subject line, unemployment insurance problem, and then put down some information about yourself, like where we can reach you, and then just what the problem is, so the unemployment division can get a hold of this. Oh, Marcy, you're a business owner. What's going on? Marcy? Suzanne, I'm just going to put that on hold because, John, go ahead. Your turn, John.
Hi, Tom.
Hey, what's happening?
Back in May, I applied for unemployment, and I received 26 weeks' pay of unemployment. So at the end of the year, I didn't receive a 1099, so I log onto the site and go into my account to see if maybe I can print one off. And when I got in my account, it said that my claim had been denied and that I had been overpaid $16-some thousand, and I have to repay it back.
So all this time that you've been collecting, you thought, hey, I'm out of work, I'm collecting, now they want it all back.
Yes, sir. And they paid the full 26 weeks, too. Now they say I owe it. And, you can't click on anything to see why your claim was denied.
You're right, you don't. And that's the crazy thing. Phil, what does he do in a case like that?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, I'll need to get John's information.
Yeah, and we will. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it depends, John. If somehow, because this has been another thing that we're trying to make sure of, is that individuals aren't reporting somebody else as having filed a fraudulent claim because they're mad at them, or an employer thinking, why so-and-so filing on me because he was fired? This must be a fraudulent claim. So it is possible that there's an integrity hold on the claim, which would have thrown it all into overpayment at this point in time. If there's an overpayment because we were delayed in processing job separations, if you remember the early executive order from the governor that has been extended multiple times to pay while processing, those we are writing those overpayments off.
Okay, so what does he do now? What does he do about this notice? Well, wait a minute. You never actually got a notice. The only way you found this out was by going online.
Yes, that's the only way I even knew about it. And it said that I had to pay it back by March.
Yeah, but you've never gotten a notice other than that. So
no.
They're obviously not trying to collect.
Well, Tom, what I did was, because I didn't want to pay penalties or not pay it back, I ended up selling some stock I had.
And paid it back.
I did pay it back.
So, Phil, you're telling me had he not paid it back, no one would have pursued it. But now...
It may very well not have been, but yeah.
John, but right now, he's not going to be able to get it back.
Hey, John, leave your information.
Okay. This one...
Tom, I did finally get a appointment scheduled, where you'd call and have somebody call you back. I tried that for 2 months, and they always said no appointments available. Last week I tried again, and I do have an appointment scheduled for someone to call me back this Friday.
Well,
So
here's
I don't
what
know
you
if they'll
do.
be able to
Here's
help
what you
me or
do.
not.
If you're not helped Friday, what are you actually saying? What you're saying is, John, that you got $16,000 in unemployment and then paid it back,
Yes.
And now you want the money back because you mistakenly paid it back. Phil, I mean, truly, that would be... Go ahead, Phil. It doesn't seem fair that you're not pursuing it. He voluntarily paid it. Would he be eligible, do you think, to get it back?
Yeah, we'll work on that. And
Okay.
Look at it, because if it were something we were going to write off anyway, I don't want John paying that money if we were going to write it off.
Right. So hold on.
Yeah, I mean, the taxpayer should pay it.
But hold on. Phil has a reason they said they're writing it off. You're writing off a specific a type of benefit. Which one? Tell everyone which one you're writing off and not going to seek to collect.
Those would have been filed in the state system, where, according to the executive order, we were paying while processing claims. So if we've caused overpayments now that we've processed the claim, we would not pursue those overpayments. If you think about it, it's a negative for the economy ultimately, right? Part of those payments going out early was to try to keep the unemployment rate as low as possible, not force other small businesses to close down. And now you have somebody who's collected 26 weeks who, again, at least John had the capability to sell stock, but most people aren't going to have the funds available to repay that money.
All right. I want to get these in quickly because they, as I said, we haven't had them before. Diane, for example, let me get this straight. You were approved. When were you approved, Diane?
I finally had someone help me.
When did you get approved, Diane?
Probably a month ago.
But you haven't received any funds, is that right?
I received nothing.
Okay. So how long does it take from approval to actually get money, Phil?
Yeah, there has to be something else holding up her claim if she's received approval and we're not paying. So I would need to look at that one specifically, too.
Diane, do you know how to go online and look at your claim?
I did. I finally got help because I've never done it.
And what did it say?
The money's there. There's money there. What I did see finally is because I got.
Just tell us what you saw, Diane. Get to the one where you saw the problem. Was it explained?
It wasn't explained. I couldn't go to the next.
Okay. But right now, though, there is money there. You said
there has been money there.
How much?
14,000.
So, Phil, when she says there's money there, could it be someone intercepted her Relia card?
That's highly unlikely on this one. It's more likely that there's, within the issues and determinations tab, if she's been able to look, it's more likely there's something that is holding or preventing payment from going out.
Give us an example of something that would hold up payment.
Yeah, primarily would be integrity holds. As we said, we've had those 50-plus holds. Unfortunately, what it does is it also catches up some innocent folks who are actual claimants. And so we have individuals go through ID Me to verify their identity.
Yeah.
And then once that's cleared through, it can clear those holds off.
All right. Now, Ken's got a quick... tell Diane how to get in touch with us, Suzanne, so we can include it. Ken, you're an employer and you have a question. Just in the interest of time, because Phil has to leave, can you just get right to the question and we'll work backwards?
Absolutely. I'm an employer. I get fraudulent claims against my account. You have this website that you log on to, and the website must be new, but it seems that it's totally backwards because I have to fill in a start date and an end date for a person that never worked for me.
Right.
And down near the bottom, there's a checkbox that says this person never worked for me, and meanwhile I'm having to fill all these fields in.
No, that's crazy.
That are totally bogus.
I get it, Phil. What if they never worked there, yet you're forced to fill in that stuff? Does he leave it blank? It probably won't let him advance.
Yeah, it won't let me advance.
Yep. This is why we actually created the other form online, so the employer can go there and not worry about completing those questionnaires.
And where do they go?
Asking why somebody's not working. So again, that's coloradoui.gov. Find the link that says report fraud. Then as an employer, there's one that says I'm an employer reporting identity theft. click that one instead, it allows you to put the information for those claims there. It will allow you to fill it out, not just one for each individual one, but you can expand it and put multiple parties on that form. Get that to us, and that allows us to quickly close down those claims if they haven't already been closed.
So, in other words, Ken, let me sum that up quickly. ColoradoUI.gov, you go to the identity theft or the fraud reporting, not the claim. You don't dispute the claim. You go to the fraud reporting, and it's an employer reporting identity theft. Okay, Marcy, this is my last question here because I have to take a break. And Phil, as I understand it, you cannot remain, right, after the break, right?
I have actually a fraud integrity meeting.
No, that's good. That's good. Yeah. We will get people information, and I'll still take calls. Sure. Marcy, go ahead.
Hi, Tom.
Hi.
So I'm going to tack on to what Ken was just saying in completing that form. But, Phil, the thing is that if you go fill out the form that is the fraudulent for the employer and you don't answer the questionnaire relative to the claim, then that claim goes through. I've had 3 of them that go that way. So if you don't fill out the form for the actual claim, then the claim goes through. That's the issue. Like, it would be a simple conditional logic to move the button up that says never an employee. Let us click it, skip go, and submit.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that if you do report the identity fraud, the claim still goes through under the claim part. And
because you're not answering the claim.
Right. And in order to dispute the claim, you are forced to put in a start date and a termination date, which is not applicable if they've never worked for you. I get it. Right. Phil.
No, I still want you, and we still want you just to fill it out on ColoradoUI.gov instead. Understand there are still some automated processes with the claim, and some automated processes we've been turning off. I discovered one the other day that appears on layoff decisions. It's still automatically sending decisions that we shouldn't be sending. But once we can get that put on with a fraud hold, any other issue associated with that claim goes into a program integrity queue, and that prevents further work by staff.
So Marcy, what he's saying is even though the claim goes through, they will eventually stop it. Will you try to claw it back, Phil?
Yes. And in fact, some of these claims where employers are still receiving documents, we've already stopped. We stopped from day one on some of them. We have not done a very good job of communicating with the employer community or the claimant community when they file this form and telling them, yes, this will stop the claimant. By the way, you may still receive some additional documents related to us, but this allows us to stop and prevent payment.
Marcy, in the interest of time, I do have to put you on hold. You can stay on, though, and bring up another issue. But, Phil, I have to ask you straight up, okay? I have Mark muzzled over here, and I have he is representing the ire, anger, frustration, and just wherewithal, all of it, basically. And I have to ask, are heads rolling over there, or do they always blame the cheating?
Trump. They blame Trump.
No, stop. In other words, Phil, and one thing I've appreciated, we've never gotten political when it comes to this issue. But, Phil, are heads rolling? Is anything going on over there? I mean, are people in trouble, or are they just throwing their hands up saying we can't help it because there's so many bad people out there defrauding us? I'm just curious.
Nobody's throwing their hands up, right? It's unprecedented what's hit the program, what's hit all the programs. We have continued to try to work with that within the volume of incoming claims and the volume of fraud.
Yes.
Continue to work on resources and prevention. Our hope is, or our future state at this point in time, is to take ID Me, ultimately, and put it on the front end of the application. So that would force individuals to verify identity before they would be able to file the claim, which in the future would prevent sending documents to Marcy.
Why not just do that now, Phil?
So
can that be done? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's resource contentions related to rolling out and doing work for the extensions that are passed by Congress. We will probably have resource contentions again here around March 14th because Congress is taking up the additional extensions, which will then take programming time away to roll out those extensions before you have the resources available to put the few pieces in place. I'm not a programmer.
No, I understand.
The pieces in place that would allow you to have ID Me up front on the system.
Yeah, I know, Mark. You know, making changes on a website it doesn't necessarily happen overnight.
No, but if I heard it correctly, at one point they're upgrading computers from the 80s. Well, that should have been done around 85,
well,
and then 90, then 95.
Well, it wasn't.
You know,
but it wasn't, Mark.
The part that drives me insane. How about if you owned a bank and the bank was getting robbed every single day? Would you still be the bank manager? Would you still have a bank?
Well, okay, but I don't think they can even point to an individual. Who
I'm not pointing to an individual. Well, if I am, once again, I'm pointing to our governor, because that's where the buck stops.
This is Denver's Talk.
Having a business where literally it's getting robbed every day and no one's held accountable? It's fucking infuriating. I don't think he'll come back on again, though, do you?
You didn't attack him. It depends. I don't know.
No, at one point he was trying to blame the feds. Did you hear that?
Well, he did. He absolutely did. And he has a good point. The self-certification did open up a lot of unemployment.
They're a state. They didn't have to do that. They could have rolled it out whichever way they wanted to roll it out. Some states didn't even do the extra money.
The self-certification was part of, Mark, the self-certification was part of the deal with the pandemic thing. They can't not do it. They had to.
When you're ready to buy a new home and you want a mortgage lender who can help
You know, Como is addressing them.
Yeah,
I never touched anyone inappropriately.
get personalized loan options, closing costs, and taxes.
Well, there's some good pictures out there.
Rocket Mortgage.
ZeroResDenver.com. That's for Zero Res. I have them do my house, and the carpets come out like new and stay clean longer. Why is that? That's because, first of all, there's no crap left in the carpet. They don't use anything except in powdered water. It's some kind of super softened alkaline water or something. Don't try to figure it out. It's patented. $33 a room right now, unlimited rooms, just $33 a room. You can get details at ZeroResDenver.com or call them 303-471-5150. These carpets have no residue. These carpets look and feel like new. They're safe for kids and pets. And truly, the process is so easy. They come in and they get it done right before your eyes, and your carpets are almost dry when they're done because no garbage, no residue. ZeroResDenver.com, $33 a room, 303-471-5150. I love straightforward information and no gobbledygook or mumbo jumbo or whatever you want to call it. And Affordable Interest Mortgage is one of those companies. You know, I like Kurt Rogers and the way he handles business. He's just a down-to-earth person who will talk to most customers, by the way, even though he's the owner. And he's been in business since 2001, handling all of the business there, along, of course, with his employees. And what you find is care and caring and great products. Like, of course, FHA and VA, of course, conventional loans, jumbo loans, and the asset manager loan. That's a line of credit loan. Now, it's a full line of credit, so it pays off your existing mortgage. Then you have a line of credit you can pay up or down anytime you want and always have money available, but keep interest to a minimum. Besides, interest rates are low anyway, so it's the greatest time for this. If you want to tap equity, you write a check. You want to put it back, you put it back. 720-895-0500, 720-895-0500, AIMortgage.net.
Former NFL star turned esports coach Amon Green and his crew tackle questions like that while hanging out inside Amon Green's Gamers Lounge podcast.
Gamers, we're a different breed. We need to be dealing with a lot of stuff, so we know the patience that we got to have to persevere.
Each episode, they're joined by the top video game streamers, gamers from Hollywood, social media, and pro sports. iHeartRadio's #1 podcast, and it's easy to see why.
They just run it horribly.
iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Brent Ivinson with
The whole division. I mean, it's ran so bad. You know what? You want to know what Denver does very well? Very well. Probably better than any other fucking city, county I know of. Sales tax auditing. Those motherfuckers are probably the best sales tax auditing city/county in the fucking country. Denver. They're unbelievable. They're great.
In what way?
You have any retail location, they will show up once a year or just pop in numerous times.
And they make sure
They make sure you're paying your sales tax 100%. They can do that better than anybody I've ever met.
No fraud. They don't allow fraud.
There's no fraud on that side when they're collecting the fucking money.
That's a different kind of system altogether.
No, my point is whoever's running that is running it good. I'm not bullshit. They're literally doing a great job.
I'm not going to resign.
Yeah. Well, good for you. Good for you, bud.
Heard the good news about COVID-19 vaccines? They're here. But you can do more than wait for your turn.
I never touched anyone. Never.
Well, anybody that says that. Oh, I know what you're saying. Inappropriately, yeah. I would have said, so, Cuomo, you're saying you never touched anyone?
And of course, avoid crowds. Also, wear a mask. CDC reports that masks protect both the person wearing them and the folks around them from particles that carry the virus. And wash your hands. Using soap and water for 20 seconds. And do it frequently. Watch your distance, wear a mask, and wash your hands. Simple, effective, and along with vaccines, they're how you can make a big difference.
Learn more about vaccines at cdc.gov/coronavirus. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
If you're a small business with under 20 employees, the Small Business Administration has created a short window until March 9th to apply for a Paycheck Protection Program loan with a less restrictive new funding formula.
So here's what I want to know with these guys, all of these politicians. They never intended it. They never intended to hurt or make somebody uncomfortable. Then why did they? Why did they? I mean, does it take a moron? Doesn't it take
khelp.com.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. David, what's going on with you, David? Welcome.
David?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I talked to you yesterday about Takata airbags.
Yes, I remember the call, and we figured out from what I found. I mean, all I did was looked on the internet, and they're basically doing it by serial numbers and lots, and not by simply the brand name Takata.
Okay, and I called the Chevrolet dealer in Fort Collins, and they gave me good information.
Good. What did they say?
They're only replacing the right side airbag, and I did ask them why, and they said, well, because that's the only one that needs it. And the woman also told me there was 8 or 9 other models of Chevrolets, but they were only replacing the right side airbag and not the left side.
Right, and that information is basically what you knew when you called me yesterday, kind of, right? I mean, we knew they were just doing the right side. So did you find out why?
No, I did not. I guess it's because the left side is not vulnerable to this exploding and shooting shrapnel out.
And I think the reason is for twofold. One, that they were manufactured in a different lot altogether. They're different shapes, a whole different ball game. Okay, and the way they're mounted does not lend itself to spit metal. And I think both of those. But again, thank you for that. But, really, as I said, recalls are usually overreaching, as opposed to being very conservative. They're usually they're overreaching. So I would say they have a good reason for not replacing the ones on the right if the Department of Transportation decided they didn't have to be. Regina, what's going on?
Hi, Tom. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, what's happening?
Well, we have a family member who's wanting to rent her apartment in Boulder, and there's a month-to-month lease, and she, like I said, she hasn't rented it yet. But
wait a minute, does she own this unit and she wants to rent it out to tenants?
Right.
Okay,
right.
She's got to be very, 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 very careful now.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm calling. If we have a tenant that is self-employed, say, and their business drops off because they say it's COVID, would we still have a recourse to evict them?
No.
If they fill out the CRC paperwork, CDC, I'm sorry, it's done. It doesn't matter.
See, all they have to say is they were affected in some way. In some way.
Uh-huh.
If one of their employees who generates the most sales got sick, they're affected. They really can say anything. Regina, they left it open.
They left it so open, it could be the employee's great-great-cousin's neighbor's friend had COVID.
Right. And they can say, they're not actually asked to prove anything at all. Now, here's the deal. Here's the deal. If you say it's not because of COVID, it's because the lease ran out, it's month to month, so now at the end of this month we're not renewing, or the end of next month, they can say, well, I can't find another place, and they're going to be a holdover. Then they're forcing you to go to an eviction. And as a result, you are then, you have to keep them. Here's what I've actually heard people doing. They're trying to get into a place. They're trying to just get enough money for a security deposit and first month's rent just to get into a place, knowing that they're never going to pay again until this whole thing is over. So I would say right now, if you have a rental, you're absolutely insane if you rent out right now.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio. Then you can hear news and talk that impacts you.
I don't think it matters because the sheriffs aren't showing up. You can't evict. You can't go to a private company to evict, can you? I don't know. Is there companies that will oversee the eviction?
Sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
And do they have the authority to literally move the people out? Like the sheriff doesn't move people out. No, if they don't leave, they make sure that people leave. Yes, they do.
They just stand there. They don't move it.
I'm saying if the sheriff shows up and it's time to go, they will go, and the sheriff will bring them out if needed. Is there any people? Yes, the people, but they won't do anything. Oh, hell no. No, but they'll bring the people out of the house. That's right. But there probably isn't an independent company that can do that. It's only sheriffs or cities or whatever.
I actually don't know.
Little Simply Master.
And want a mortgage lender who can help you plan with
Master Floors and Simply Rooter.
Get personalized loan options, closing costs, and tax estimates all in real time.
Well, you could do them both that way. That's funny part.
Rocket Mortgage.
When Buddy and Karen Mitchell began Simply Floors, they did it with one thing in mind, okay? They want to have a business where they make a good living, but they pass savings on to consumers to give them better deals. It's that simple. They also wanted to use only the best salespeople and the best installers. And again, passing on high profits do that. They're willing to pay their installers more and to pay their salesmen more and to give savings to consumers. It's a win-win, win-win-win. How about that? Make your own appointment. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
If you need a sewer line, if you need a water line, Master Rooter owns their own excavation company. What does that equal? Why am I telling you that? That's why you get simply the best price out there. I don't care if you're a contractor and you're doing a new neighborhood and need someone to do all the lines for you, the excavation and laying the lines and the plumbing, or if you're a homeowner that was just told you need a sewer line and it's $20,000. I bet they'd come in, by the way, around $8,000 for that same deal. So if you need a sewer line, your neighbor needs a sewer line, if you're a contractor, Master Rooter Plumbing. Master Rooter Plumbing, 720-434-3406. The owner's great. 720-434-3406.
Tony.
I know, I totally lost. I was going to say Anthony. I was going to say Anthony, and I'm going, that's not his name. Then it dawned on me. It is his name, but it's not his name. You know what I mean?
Is very affordable right now, thanks to interest rates that are still close to record lows. And when you work with American Financing, you don't just benefit from custom loans, you actually get the full home buying experience because they partner with some of the top realtors in Colorado, so you can feel confident you're buying the right property at an affordable price with the best possible loan program. At American Financing, they are really in it for you. They're your one-stop shop when it comes to home buying, open 7 days a week, including evening hours, so don't put off that dream home any longer. Move up to something bigger or buy a vacation home by calling 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or online at AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 122334, regulated by the Division of Real Estate.
The pandemic has taken its toll on business. Maybe you've closed your doors, thought of your job in jeopardy, bills unpaid, all symptoms for which there's no vaccination. But you can get relief, tax relief, from Larson Tax Relief. Hello, I'm consumer advocate Tom Larson. My friends Ron and Jack Larson and their team of tax experts can help you emerge from this slow recovery with the best possible tax consequences, way better than you can do on your own. The IRS has not forgiven tax debt or overlooked non-filing. The good news, Larson Tax Relief specializes in emergency and long-term tax relief. They guarantee you will be satisfied with the care and services provided. And they're headquartered right here in Colorado. Call now for a free consultation. 844-LARSON-TAX. 844-LARSON-TAX. Or,
Your Honor, I'm sorry for whatever pain I've caused while I was molesting that woman.
If you've ever sold a home, you know what to have. From the prep work to the open houses.
There's only 3 of them.
I have to say, there's only 3.
First service helps you buy. Then list your old home once you're all moved out.
He feels awful. He's embarrassed.
Showings, open house.
I just grew up in a different time, he says. Back then it was acceptable.
No, he didn't say that. He did not say that, did he?
No. Handle making repairs or updates.
You would have a very bad publicist if he did say
Orchard
that.
With Orchard, we got.
Did he take any questions?
Less and got
Someone should have said, "Did you grab their pussies? Did you pull a Trump on them?"
Said, we didn't have to carry 2 mortgages. Didn't have to rush.
I liked when Mayor came out. Did you hear it? That Blasio does not like him at all.
I didn't know that. They're both Republican, right?
God, they hate each other. No, you mean they're both Democrat. They hate each other.
Again, Orchard.com.
So it's funny, Trump can just say something, say it. No video, no women coming forward, nothing. And everything goes haywire. In fact, Bobby Bush, or whatever his name is, lost his entire career over that. But this guy's got women coming forward, and he's cool.
Finding you finds them for you. It's powerful technology
Bullshit.
identifies people with the right experience.
People will come around
them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for.
It's amazing, though, isn't it?
The needle in the haystack.
He won't be. He won't
4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter.
Okay, so headline Fox right now. Cuomo squirms. Now I'm going to go to CNN.
You can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free.
CNN. Okay, it's like he wasn't even on.
Work.
I mean, this is absurd. They put the whole damn thing up there. Look, they're even talking about it on the news, but it's not on the website.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK,
713-8255. So let me recap the hour. According to Phil Spessart, the acting director at the Unemployment Division, he is saying that most of the fraud started when they implemented the self-certification at the federal level, which opened the floodgates. Because before that, an unemployment claim went to the state, then they went out to the employer to verify if there was any kind of a disagreement there. They investigated, and they didn't have a chance to do that. Now, again, I still think there's more to it than that. It's obvious that it must be easy to do because probably, let's put it this way, of all the fraud we have ever encountered ever, if you took single types of fraud, for example, out-and-out fraud, like identity theft in general, or you take selling a used car that's been totaled, or just fraud, okay? Door-to-door fraud, just fraud. We have never, ever had a category ever with as much fraud in a short amount of time like this. Never. There's got to be a reason. It must be easy to get money. In Mark's case,
it's incredibly easy.
You received how many Relia cards?
Somewhere between 10 and 15.
Okay, let's say 15. 15 cards represent 15 people who successfully were approved.
Yeah, and got money.
Because when the cards got to you, that money had already been taken.
What baffles me is how no one in government is ever held responsible. Once again, if I owned a bank and my bank manager was letting it get robbed every day for months and months and months, I'd find a new bank manager.
I think what you're finding is they don't know who to blame. That's what I think you're finding, and they don't know where else to go.
Blame Trump.
If you have any problems, questions, complaints, now's the time to get in. 303-713-TALK. We'll take all your calls.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what's your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488.
God, that is funny. CNN's up there. Nope, now they're not talking about it, but it's like, where do you think that would start and stop?
He's going to give me samples.
How long is our new, or how long is our current intro? Me neither. Let's play it for people. Why don't you snip it and send it to him? Let's get some feedback on it. The more I hear it, the more I like it.
Let me get permission to do that. Let me do that.
0987-2155. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown at 2, 630 KHOW, Denver.
ABC News, I'm Trevor Alt. Security around the Capitol is ramping up after police confirm they have what they call a possible plot by a militia group to breach the U.S. Capitol tomorrow. It comes as lawmakers are holding another hearing about what went wrong January 6th when that violent mob of Trump supporters breached the Capitol. Acting Chief of U.S. Capitol Police Yogananda Pittman testified they need more resources.
In the first 2 months of 2021, there has been over a 93% increase in the threats to members compared to the same period last year.
First Lady Dr. Jill Biden is touring 2 schools today to get a first-hand look at COVID safety measures. The first stop at Benjamin Franklin Elementary School in Meriden, Connecticut. Dr. Biden and newly confirmed Education Secretary Miguel Cardona were graded by the kindergarten class. Later today, they'll visit a middle school in Pennsylvania. This is ABC News. In Iraq, at least 10 rockets slammed into an airbase housing U.S. troops. An American contractor died from a heart attack. And despite growing concerns over the Pope's trip to Iraq later this week, the pontiff says he wants to meet with the country's Christians.
God willing, I will go to Iraq for a 3-day pilgrimage, the Pope said during his virtual audience on Wednesday morning. For some time now, I want to meet the people who have suffered so much, to meet the martyred church, said Francis. The Pope's comments come a day after the Vatican defended the decision for Francis to travel to Iraq during rising COVID infections there. It insisted all healthcare precautions have been taken and called the papal trip, quote, an act of love for this land, for its people, and for its Christians. Megan Williams, ABC News.
A Japanese billionaire is offering 8 members of the public a free trip to the moon aboard the SpaceX Starship rocket. Applicants who want to join the 2023 mission must be willing to use their creativity to help society in some way. Trevor Alt, ABC News.
Let's be real. Mopping is a hassle. You have to fill the bucket, pushing a wet, heavy mop around, then cleaning the mop when you're done so it doesn't grow bacteria. A hassle on top of a hassle. Try Swiffer Wet Jet. With Swiffer Wet Jet, you start with a fresh pad and cleaning solution every time. And when you're done, you just toss the pad. Swiffer Wet Jet, the faster, easier, cleaner way to clean floors.
Cleanliness and safety are essential to the success of any business. That's why Cintas has introduced our Total Clean program.
A one-of-a-kind service that includes scheduled deliveries of essential cleaning supplies, hygienically cleaned uniforms, and on-site sanitizer and disinfectant services to help eliminate germs. Learn what the Cintas Total Clean program can do for you. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW News Time.
What's up, babe?
My arms.
Itchy.
So bad.
Somebody typed in if you drink a shitload of water, it helps.
Oh, really?
They said they get their shots, and
Was that on YouTube or something? I must have missed that.
I think Facebook. I don't remember. It's one of them.
But said if I drink a lot of water,
It helps.
it helps with the shots.
That allows them to enjoy everything.
I have 3 more left before maintenance. 3 more shots left.
Okay.
I have one next next Tuesday. Then I have one on the following Monday, and then I don't know when my 3rd one is.
Buildings have been closed for nearly a year because of the pandemic, while customers utilize services such as curbside pickup. The library will open 9 branches next Tuesday, with more expected to reopen next month. Sports and Denver Nuggets.
I have big knots on my arms.
That's the latest. I'm Pat Wood.
The last rounds are probably the hardest.
This report is sponsored by
Last week wasn't terrible. Okay, Tommy, I talked to my Kaiser girl. She said they will not let you leave until you make your second appointment when you're at the shot. And
They
it's on the
probably won't
5th
even
floor.
let me get the shot until I make the second.
Yeah, and it's on the 5th floor. So she said tell you that too.
There is an elevator, though, man.
South Boulder Road, near the high school, westbound side of Boulder Road. Good news there. One crash-off highway in the cleanup stages at Aurora Parkway, just south of Arapahoe. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, going to be sunny today with highs in the low 60s. Right now, just a few clouds and 54. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
Ready to buy a new home, but don't know where to start? Rocket can. Check out the Rocket Mortgage Homebuyer's Guide for articles, tips, and tools. When you need your mortgage to fit your family,
Do you know what the
and
busiest
budget,
post
Rocket
office
can. Rocket Mortgage.
world is?
In the world? Probably wherever the IRS is, Washington, D.C.
On February 14th.
Oh, you mean,
Not in the world, but in the country.
you mean the busiest mail day?
Yeah.
Yeah, Valentine's Day.
But you know where in the country?
Oh, where in the country?
Yeah, I covered this story on TV.
New York.
Almost every other year.
There's just more people.
No. Oh, no. I'm talking about
Per capita?
No, it's not actually per capita. I think it does. Okay, it used to be Loveland because people wanted to get their cards stamped from Loveland.
That makes sense.
From Loveland on Valentine's Day. Honest to God, Mark, it was a story I did. I always do that story. It was one of the recurring stories.
Yeah, people love that shit. Isn't it funny, even just 20 years ago, shit was so different, wasn't it? I mean, just so different. I mean, did you ever find yourself 20 years ago, or even 15, just so upset in politics? I mean, just so upset, ever.
When? Oh, no, right.
I never even fucking thought of it.
Mark, I told you. I told you that.
It's disturbing.
Yeah, I told you that. I didn't know what to do. It's almost like yes, more than ever.
But 15, 20 years ago, it was never like that. Was it us, or was it the time?
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show. I am here to help you.
I'm here to help you. That used to be a joke. But I really am here to help you, as I've proven over the last 40-plus years. And I always say 40-plus years because before Denver, I had about 5 or 6 years getting my feet wet and then coming here. So this is my real home. And thank you for trusting us. Millions of dollars, Mark. Cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services.
Hundreds of millions.
Over the years, absolutely. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. I really love this company, RealCBDThatWorks.com, and I love the product. It's pure. Right here in Colorado, they took over the EPA labs. They have a real scientific lab that they do this. Anyway, they control the grow right through to distribution. Everything. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Pain, inflammation, anxiety. Would you let me know if you've used it and what the result was? Also, let me know what else you've used. You know, I've been talking about this NAD treatment, this infusion for IV drips. Love it. NAD. In fact, you can ask me about all that kind of health stuff because I'm a health freak when it comes to information, research, you know, fasting and wellness and supplements. I'm not saying I'm a doctor or I can tell you how to treat anything. I'll tell you what I've done. And then what I'll do is tap my experts. So if you ever want to do that, let me know. Mark, what were you going to say?
How does that drip work? Like, let's say just like for an older person. Let's take my dad.
I'm an older person.
Well, I mean someone like kind of 80.
Okay.
You know, just
it's hard to find
the energy level's not there.
It's hard to find veins, by the way, the older you get. And they're really good at that, very gentle.
But would he see a difference or notice a difference within himself?
I'm going to give you my father-in-law. Okay? Now, I don't like talking a lot about family, but let me just tell you, he's had a lot of health challenges, Mark, to a point where anemia and bedridden and infections and a lot of it started with a bad knee. The knee got infected, the joint. It was a well-known class action lawsuit, but it went into his blood, went into his intestines, it's just a mess, He went from 6'4" and 300 pounds or something like that to 180 pounds. Now he looked like a skeleton, gray, you know, that sick gray color. I said, Steph, why don't we call Rocky Mountain IV Medics and get their office down in Arizona to go over there? And they did. And they gave him this NAD and this hydration. Now, this almost sounds like a movie, like The Awakening. Was that the name of that movie? Where the guy came out of his stupor and then he went back to it. But anyway, this is what happened. The next day, he hops out of bed. He gets in his convertible in Scottsdale, goes out to fast food, drives around. It's almost like it was a miracle. Like somebody put their hands over him and said, "Be healed!" Now, obviously, he wasn't healed of those other things, but he was up and about and getting the most energy he could out of that body. And it continued until it wore off, and he did it again and had the same exact results. So it does help at a cellular level, by the way. You know, so I love talking about all this kind of stuff. We've also been talking about unemployment, of course, and all of the fraud. But anything you want to talk about, please call me. Nicole, let's start with you. How are you doing? What can we do about solar?
Hi, I'm doing all right. How are you today?
I'm doing good, and I appreciate you calling. What can we do for you?
So I'm here with my husband, and he'll help me get through all of this.
All right. Are you considering solar?
So we actually signed up with solar, and from the get-go, we have had nothing but problems.
Who did you sign up with?
Fluent Solar.
Okay. Now, here's the problem with solar companies. This is a programming note for everyone listening. Solar companies don't want to service; they just want to sell, and they don't. And especially, they don't want to service what they didn't sell, and they're in it for the bang. Most solar companies are not in it for the long run. When did you sign up with Nicole with Fluent?
May of 2020.
And tell me the problems.
Okay, where to start?
So I guess it really kind of started with, and my name's Andy, by the way.
Okay,
It started with, when they initially installed, they said it was going to be over the weekend. It would have been on...
it was going to be Monday.
Yeah, it was going to try to finish on Friday. If they couldn't finish on Friday, they would finish the project on Monday or Tuesday. Friday rolls around about halfway through the day. The people on the roof just...
I know, by the way, what you're doing, and I love what you're doing because this is what I explain to businesses when I do seminars. That is, people never forget everything that happened from the day they met you to the day that they finally had enough. But in the interest of time, since we can't go through hold on, and it's okay because you are exactly like I would be or anyone explaining a problem. It's what I call the journey of misery. It is. You can tell me, I know it's embedded in you, like, okay, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. So here's what I want to do to make it easy. I want to go to today, March 3rd, 2020, and tell me what prompted the call. Now, I know you had a journey of misery, but what is it now? What can we do today to help you, if anything, or do you just want out of the whole thing? Tell me what's going on.
Well, so our biggest thing is we are still owed money from this company, out of in our contract. They breached the contract.
Explain the contract then. Go ahead and explain the contract and the breach.
Yeah, so the contract, it does state that they have about 180 days. They have up to 180 days to finish the install. It actually took another month on top of past that 180-day line to actually get our system up and running. And so that would have been in December when they finally got us up and running. I've been trying to contact them since December to try to before December to try to actually get all the stuff that was owed to us in our original contract.
Tell me what's owed.
So originally it was supposed to be $1,000, which they did send us an additional $300 upon completion as the signing bonus. We still have not seen that money.
You've not seen which one? You've not seen the 1,000?
The 300.
Okay, listen, I need to know something else. The tax credit. Are you leasing or buying this?
So we had bought the system, and then we were promised, by our salesman saying that, hey, you're going to get 26% of your thing back in tax credit.
Right.
That money you got to pay back to the loan company. After talking with tax advisors now, with tax season rolling around, they're saying nobody gets that kind of money for these kind of tax credits because it's only off the liability.
Hold on. You do get tax credits. I don't know what they're talking about. So whatever you pay for the system, you do get federal tax credits, and they're real. So who's telling you you're not getting tax credits?
Well, so from H&R Block stance, because effectively after everything's said and done, after kids and everything else, my tax liability is near zero.
Oh, well, okay, I understand that. Tax credits, if you don't have taxes, don't do you any good, but you can go forward. You can go forward. Mark, can you go back?
No, you mean forward. You carry it over.
You can carry it
I don't
forward.
know how many years, but I'm sure it's multiple.
It's over 5 years. I've learned way too much about solar.
But let me just ask you something. Are you anticipating you will not have a tax liability for 5 years?
Probably not.
So basically the tax credit's doing you no good, but that's not their fault.
No, it's not their fault, except for in the way that it's been explained to us that's how that rolls.
Can't they monetize that, though, Tom? Can't they take the tax credit and give them a discount?
Oh, hold on. Yes, some companies do that, Mark, but they have to buy it to take the credit. So that's why in leasing, the leasing company buys it, leases it to you, and when they buy it, they get a credit. But you did it the wrong way for them to do that. But listen, I'm not trying to find fault with you. What I'm saying is the word tax credit is self-explanatory. I don't know what they could have explained that wouldn't be a tax credit. You get a credit toward taxes.
Yeah,
if you don't owe taxes, you don't get a credit toward anything.
Yeah, but it is messed up because they have kids. I heard him say that. So when they hear child tax credit, that's money you actually get even if you don't owe it.
But, okay, so you really thought you were going to get cash.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it does, that at the end of the year.
Yeah, I get it. That's all you had to tell me, is that you thought you were going to get cash. But here's the problem now. Your contract has not been breached when it comes to that because you're misunderstanding. I don't know how to. Your misunderstanding of what a tax credit is not a breach of the contract unless the contract says you will get cash in your pocket. I don't know how it was written.
You should see if they'll step up and take the credit.
Yeah, so
Mark, they can't because they sold him the system. You have to be the purchaser.
Got it.
That's why they do leases. Solar City would lease it, and Solar City would take the tax credit.
And then they could sell it or pay it off.
Yeah. Now, here's what I want to know, though. Is there anything else in addition? Listen, the $300 you didn't get. The tax credits were a disappointment.
Yeah.
What is the breach other than the $300?
It would have been the timeline, because then it was it was supposed to be installed at 180 days.
Okay, here's what I want to know, because this is good. This is hold on. So with contract law, you got a couple things going. You got a breach, and then you have damages. So you said it took not 180 days, but it took 210 days. So what was your monetary loss as a result of 210 days? If you were going to sue for breach, what are your damages?
So it would have been the money, because we already had to start paying back on the loan prior to,
But that went toward the loan. Listen, you guys, I want to help you. I swear to God I do. And it sounds like I'm not. But I promise you I'm helping you, because you have empty arguments. 30 days did not add monetary damage to you. And if it did, you're saying because you had to pay the loan early before it was done. But that went toward your loan. I mean, it's not going to extend the loan 30 days. You just started paying on it early. I just want you to think of what are your damages. Now, if you don't have damages, okay, then what are your issues? The damn thing's not working. Okay, tell me that. Or I want my 300. We'll do that. I need to know what needs to be done.
Finding great candidates to hire.
All right, you have affordable interest.
It happens fucking all the time because they don't have a loss.
Actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So
see, one time, there was this one consumer one time, Mark, that a contractor took longer than promised. And oh my God, it was like,
Try ZipRecruiter for free.
It was like you couldn't get them off that topic, but they had no loss. They had zero loss. All right, you heard at the beginning of the show where it's talking about my father-in-law and Rocky Mountain IV Medics, and how Rocky Mountain IV Medics will do hydration and IV drip therapy in your home for no more than you would pay going to a hydration bar, okay? Now, that's an incredible thing in and of itself, because you're at home, in the comfort of your home, getting IV drip, whether it's for dehydration or vitamin deficiencies, migraines, general health and wellness, whatever you want, they have in an IV mix, of course, and it's cheap compared to urgent care and emergency care, right? And it's the same price as going to a hydration bar. 720-987-2155. Call or text, same day appointments. 720-987-2155. Also, don't forget about that NAD if you want it. It's a cellular rejuvenation. Now, let's talk about loans. If you want a loan, let me direct you to a lender I know and trust, and I've known and trusted him for many, many years. That's Affordable Interest Mortgage, Kurt Rogers, AIMortgage.net. Give them a call, 720-895-0500. Ask about the loans. If you want to refi, you should. If you have over 4%, you should refi. In fact, it may be even a little lower. It doesn't matter. You should refi. Or if you're buying a house, AIMortgage.net, 720-895-0500.
Well, it's the start of a new year, and if you're a timeshare owner, you probably just paid your annual maintenance fees. But if you're feeling stuck in your unwanted timeshare, it's not too late to get out, even if you've already paid those fees. This month only, get a maintenance fee credit with Timeshare Termination Team. So for those timeshare owners who have already paid your maintenance fees for this year, it's not too late. Get started with Timeshare Termination Team this month, and they will apply what you paid for this year's maintenance fee toward the cost of our services. Timeshare Termination Team will get you out of your timeshare legally and permanently, guaranteed in writing. So if you're ready to finally be free from your timeshare burden, give them a call. Tell them Ross Kaminsky sent you and receive a maintenance fee credit this month only. So call 303-766-2255. That's 303-766-2255, or visit timeshareterminationteam.com today. Timeshare Termination Team will get you out.
What's the worst part of bladder control products? Carrying them around the store, that they're bulging, running out when you need them most. All of the above. You deserve better. Get Because. Get Because, and you'll feel like you are in control. Because protective underwear is like real underwear. They're so thin and comfortable, you'll be shocked to see they're 15% more absorbent than store brands. Get Because, and they'll send bladder control products right to your door.
Bladder control products.
Every month.
Get Because, and the Fit Finder guarantees your underwear, pads, and guards fit right and won't leak. Get Because, and you'll save money.
Let me tell you, the diaper business is badass, man. If
CNN is giddy. They're giddy.
Yeah.
How long does that last?
I don't even know what they're doing. But I didn't know. Oh yeah, of course it cares. Think about it, man. You sell diapers to the kids, and then when they get older, you sell them diapers. You got the hospital. I mean, you fucking sell diapers forever. It's like toilet paper, man. You know, toilet paper hasn't changed in 200 years.
They can do it all. Don't wait for major problems. Call now.
I imagine toilet paper did change as far as delivery system. Sheets instead of rolls.
Softer.
Well,
plies. There's plies.
But I don't think they. When was the rolling toilet paper invented?
That's interesting. I don't know. Oh yeah, and then prior to that, what do you think it was? Like a Kleenex box? Just a
yeah.
On Bridgerton, the official podcast, we're talking to the creator, designer,
How about reusable toilet paper?
Oh my God.
Well, they do that with diapers, which I always found bizarre.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. 1890. Joseph Daddy rolled down selling medicated paper made of hemp.
Hemp toilet paper. That's before the feds made it illegal.
This is Dan Patrick. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
But that doesn't say it was a roll. Oh wait, he was the invention
of the roll.
Of the roll, they said.
Jesus. You know, you think of all these great breakthroughs with medicine and shit. Honestly, rolled toilet paper is quite the thinking outside the box, literally.
Yeah, I wonder
What's
why
the difference between an AMG skeptic and an AMG
and
believer?
why?
A split second. The time it takes to fire up the ignition, step on the gas, and hear that gutsy engine roar. Go to MBUSA.com.
You know the U.S. was the first one to white.
Mercedes AMG.
Nah, what would they do prior? No white?
It said that it taught the world.
Oh my God. Dude, I've been in Mexico before where, well, let's put it this way, it's shit for a hole.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. How can we help Nicole and Andy?
They bought a solar system. They're obviously unhappy. I would be too. I would be right where they are, unhappy. From beginning to end, this company sucked, according to them. And we'll get a hold of the company and find out if they suck and why. They still haven't given them the $300 that was promised. And the tax credits did them no good. So they weren't explained adequately. But again, that's not in the contract. In the contract are simply tax credits. So they're upset now. They're saying, well, what about the breach that it took them 210 days instead of 180 days? It took them a month longer to install. That is a breach of contract, Nicole and Andy. We have several of these people, several of these issues where people call us and say, well, damn it, they breached the contract. They didn't start on time or they didn't finish on time. And technically, that's a breach. But a breach without damages is simply a breach. So if you don't have damages, I don't want to try to invent them because that's the kind of thing that doesn't get anywhere.
Oh, absolutely.
If you don't have any true hard damages because they took an extra 30 days, let me give you an example of a damage that could have occurred. If you were depending on this remodeled area for an event, okay, let's just say an event, and the event did not take place and you had to rent a venue. I mean, that could be, and again, that could be, but then you'd have to examine the contract to make sure it was a good and hard, fast deadline. So what I'd like to know is, what do you want us to do right now to help you? Is this solar system actually working, at least?
Yep, so the solar system finally got activated. And then during that journey of misery that we did pop over, and Fluent has agreed that it's actually beyond the contract. Now this is where I'm a little bit, a little more, I guess, worried about would be the thing is they've also agreed to additional $800 in damages that they've either done to cosmetically to our house or...
now that's a real loss. Did they damage some stuff?
It was minimally. It was about $150 worth of repairs that I was able to do.
Yeah.
That I was able to out. And then the bigger one was actually like turning off my power for an additional 10 hours longer than they told me it was going to be off. That actually like spoiled some.
That's a damage. That's a definite damage. Yeah.
And they've agreed to those verbally on the phone, but I haven't seen money from.
Let's get Deputy Doc to call these clowns. I mean, this is really stupid. They went through all the trouble of getting a customer for solar, and now kicking you in the face. So all that work went for nothing because you'll never recommend them ever. Isn't that terrible?
No.
You'll never recommend them. How did you find them to begin with?
It was some of those door-to-door. That was really big in May.
Oh, God.
A few we rejected a couple of them. These people that came through, we actually really liked them. We liked the salesman. Very charismatic, and so I guess that was our fault for choosing someone charismatic about everything.
Well, by the way, the worst way to pick a company is at the door. Now, I'm not saying because all door-to-door people are bad. What I'm saying is if you took a pool of people, let's say people that come to the door or people that you go out and find, there will be more chances of rip-offs with people that come to the door. The universe is much more riddled with rip-offs. They'll come through. We'll call them. We'll get on your side. Hold on. Let's just give this Deputy Doc to take care of. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Elizabeth, what's going on with your used car? Or better yet, are you asking before you buy? Elizabeth?
Oh, shit.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I got it. Ants. Did you hear me, Ants? Okay. Did you get it too? Because if you did, then we have a double delay. Okay. Don't worry. We nixed that little word you said. So tell me what is going on.
I'm sorry.
No, tell me what's going on, please.
Okay. I am getting ready to purchase a new car, for a used car.
Okay.
But new to me.
Okay.
And I hear people call in after the fact, so I wanted to call in.
Okay, you know what?
Ahead
That's
of
smart.
time.
That is smart. It is. So, what are you looking for? What is the mission? Is it a commuter? What is it for?
So I'm not stuck on this, but I really like minivans. I particularly like the Chrysler Pacifica because of the stow and go seats, because I do some construction work, and I like to be able to put a 4x8 sheet of sheetrock in the back of the van.
And do you have kids or do you have a family that you need the minivan for when you're not doing this?
No, my kids are grown.
Okay. So you want the minivan because of that, rather than a light pickup truck?
Correct.
Okay. Then you don't care if it's a utility van, or do you want seats in it?
Well, I thought seats might be helpful because I'm also into real estate. I don't know that I'll be driving people around, but I might be, so I'd like to have the option.
Yeah, that sounds like a good choice then, a minivan. So what are your specific questions that, first, I'll answer your question, then I'll give you what I think is universal advice. What's going on with your decision?
Okay. Specifically, I got into this CarMax, and I get notifications all the time about things that might meet my needs. And I'm curious if you think CarMax is a good deal, and if I buy a car from CarMax, because it sounds like they have a bar that the vehicle must reach, and if it doesn't, they'll put money into it. So if I go with CarMax, should I still take it to my own?
Of course you could.
Mechanic?
Should. Yeah. This is not against CarMax. I'd say this about anyone. Never buy a car without checking it out. Never. And never buy a car sight unseen. And yeah, you get it checked out, no matter who it is. And all of their words like certified and this and that and the other thing mean nothing. Okay? In the long run, you're buying it as is, unless you get a warranty. And with a warranty, you have to figure out what is it. Don't buy it because of a warranty. A warranty is good, but you go for the deal first. You go for the product, and you go for the price, and then you go for the honesty of the deal. So with a used vehicle, I'm going to give you some universal truths. If you get more than 100,000 miles, you will probably have some problems. If you get more than 150,000 miles, you will definitely have problems. Definitely. Okay? And over 180, you're going to definitely have major problems. So if you need to get that many miles to get the price where you want it, it's a bad idea. and it's just too much car for you.
I don't like those places where they have one price shopping.
And by the way, there's nothing wrong with comparing those one price places to other places, but you got to do more than just price. You got to make sure, first of all, that it's an honest deal and that it passes emissions and all of that. So hang on and let's go over the very specifics right after this.
Frank Fuller and Fix It 24/7, all in a minute.
630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
Fuller Betfred Sports Traffic Center got a pair of closures on I-70 in the High Country. Both directions of I-70 are shut down. Eastbound's closed at Silverthorne due to a serious crash. Westbound I-70 is closed at the Eisenhower Tunnel due to the crash in Silverthorne. No estimated time when the highway will reopen. Traffic is being held. Back in town, one lane
you want me to do
Fuller
in the middle?
has reopened near Centura's High School. So
I didn't do one today, so
westbound side
I just don't think I did one. I just don't want to.
Crash on Highway 40th and Central Park.
Hold on, maybe.
I'm sure. Sunny with highs 12:30 today. Right now, a few clouds and 54.
You know, I did it, Frankie. You can do him.
Is that right now?
Yeah, you want to do it in the middle. Or, we got it. Yeah, do it in the middle. Okay, I'll do fix it.
It just breaks the monotony.
Yes, that's okay. That's what we'll do.
You're the monotony.
And tax estimates all in real time? Rocket can. Rocket Mortgage.
So I want you to remember this website. It's easy. FixMyHome.com. And that comes from Fix It 24/7. You know, when you can talk directly to the owner of a company along with his major managers and say, look, how's it going? Can you handle this problem that just came in? And they take care of it immediately. That's what you want. So here's the bottom line. Okay, everyone will have a problem now and then, but you need a company focused on 100% satisfaction. Plus, they have fixed pricing up front, so they'll tell you the price. In fact, to get to your house and diagnose a problem, $39, no matter how long it takes. And they give you a credit for that $39 if you have the work done, but there's no obligation. FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939.
Frank Durant. Years ago, and we bought. He saved us a lot of money on it. But here's what I want to tell you right now. This is incredible. He did an analysis, and he does this for everybody. It's absolutely free, 100% free, and you get to meet Frank. He did an analysis of it about 3 months ago. I could not believe how much our house went up. It is so unbelievable. If you haven't checked the value on your house, just take advantage of this. It's 100% free, and you get to talk to Frank. You ready? 303-920-1622. Get it now, 303-920-1622.
When you get in an accident, you're going to have a bunch of questions, especially when there are injuries. For example, am I due any damages? And you're going to start asking people and probably get wrong information. So why not just go right to the source, a personal injury attorney, and ask him free of charge? John Fuller said, my listeners can call him after an accident and he will help them out. And he'll talk to them free of charge. Now, there's no obligation to hire him. But if you do, it's on a contingency fee basis. So you never have out-of-pocket expense. 303-597-4500. Call him. 303-597-4500. John Fuller.
Waiting for COVID-19 vaccines to be developed. Now,
what is her name?
You can do more than wait. You have powerful ways to help slow the spread right now and protect your family and loved ones too. Here's how. Watch your distance. Stay at least 6 feet away from folks you don't live with. It's risky to be indoors with them too. And of course, avoid crowds. Also, wear a mask. CDC reports masks protect the people who wear them and folks around them. And wash your hands using soap and water for 20 seconds. And do it frequently. Vaccines won't make COVID go away overnight, but they give it a real chance to finally overcome it. As long as we keep watching our distance, wearing our masks.
I see why.
Learn more about vaccines at cdc.gov/coronavirus. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health. If you're retired and struggling to pay your bills every month, call Silverleaf to discover if a reverse mortgage is right for you.
Silverleaf provides comprehensive services for senior citizens who see lives change dramatically because of a reverse mortgage.
Our success simply comes from treating people as we'd like to be treated, and this is educating. Todd's totally correct. We know that you want a quality job at a fair price. You want good service and timeliness of completion. You want honesty. You want to feel comfortable. And you simply want to be treated well. That's what I want too. And Dad, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants our objective. You bet, Todd. So folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's a fresh new look in your kitchen and bath,
If you're retired and struggling to pay your bills every month, call Silverleaf to discover if a reverse mortgage is right for you.
Senior citizens with reverse mortgage. They gave me financial independence. I've been able to actually realize and live again. Silverleaf was able to help me do that.
Silverleaf Mortgage is Colorado's #1 reverse mortgage program. Call today to get the facts. Get cash flow.
Symptoms for which there's no vaccination, but you can get relief, tax relief, from Larson Tax Relief. Hello, I'm consumer advocate Tom Larson. My friends Ron and Jack Larson and their team of tax experts can help you emerge from this slow recovery with the best possible tax consequences. Way better than you can do on your own. The IRS has not given taxpayers or overlooked nonviolent.
Call Silverleaf to discover if a reverse mortgage is right for you.
Silverleaf provides comprehensive services for senior citizens who see lives change dramatically.
Share headquarters right here in Colorado. This consultation. 844 Larson, Texas. 844
Get access to tax-free cash. Denver's talk station. Available everywhere with the iHeartRadio app.
Now #1 for podcasting.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Elizabeth is looking to avoid mistakes buying a used car. It's good that she called. She's looking for some kind of minivan. And Elizabeth, a minivan, as we said, probably a good choice for what you're doing. Try to find something under 100,000 miles for best results. Have you shopped at all?
Just online.
Have you seen under 100,000 miles in your price range?
I have. It's a little higher than I wanted to spend, but I could do it.
Well, let's put it this way. It's a certainty that the higher the mileage, the more the problems. It's also, we talked to a woman one time and told her to buy a new car for her kid. She said that's ridiculous. So she bought a used car. And the used car with repairs turned out to be double the cost, of the new car. And it was an amazing thing because she would have been paying like $139 a month on a new car over a certain number of years and would have had it fully covered by warranty. So don't ever get tricked by price alone up front if a car is truly old. Now you'll hear, well, it was maintained perfectly and all that. If all of that's true, then it could be a good deal, what they call a gem. But more than not, they're not gems. The number one problem you're going to have, the number one problem is going to be the timing belt or timing chain. You need to know the interval in the particular car you're looking at to see that it was done. Because in a used car in the vintage you're looking for, you will come up against a $1,400 bill right away. So that right there, well, it's like adding or at least $1,000 to the price of the car if the timing belt has not been changed and it's required to do. Now, they're not all required. Some of them are, some of them aren't. But if it's a required interval change and you don't do it, you can have catastrophic failure. So, for example, some Toyotas let you go as far as 95,000 miles. Other cars are as low as 60,000 miles. So service records are imperative, and I want you to write that down as a number one concern, okay? Timing. It's number one concern. Transmissions are another one.
So let me ask.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, some of the ones that I've been looking at are Definitely under 100,000 miles, maybe in the 70,000 mile or even less, and some of them are still under factory warranty.
Yeah, factory warranties don't cover timing chain or timing belt replacement, okay? That is a normal maintenance item on most every car. There are few of them that don't require it. So it doesn't matter if it's under warranty. If you get to the service interval, which is, okay, the lowest one I've ever heard of is 60, okay? So no matter what, if there's a used car 60,000 and above, and you cannot verify that the timing belt or chain has been serviced as required, do not buy it unless you're prepared for the expense, which will be anywhere from $1,000 to $1,600. And that right there probably saved you money, because I'll bet you it's the last thing you thought about, right? And I'm telling you, it's real.
No.
And there are a lot of people who never think about it. And they're even thinking right now, if they see a car, oh man, I don't think there's anything wrong. It sounds so great. Okay, if you have an interference engine and the thing fails, you're done. You're done. You have an engine to replace. Now let's go on to other things. Getting the car checked out. You need to get it checked out completely. I would go with Norris, because he can check both the body and the engine. But even that's not perfect, but he's better than anyone I know. So I'd go to usedcarcheckout.com. And that's Norris SOS Inspections. And really, that's all you do. Then you just need to make sure you don't fall for the financing gimmicks. You don't want an extended warranty ever on a used car. I don't care what they tell you. You do not want it. Okay? You don't want it.
Yep.
You do not want, by the way, well, there are a few you'd want, but there are so few that going through it right now is a waste of time, because most of the time they're not going to gift you a good one. And used cars are a bad proposition. In fact, don't get one on a new car. The only time I get an extended warranty is if I bought the new car, I'm under a factory warranty, and my factory warranty is just about to give out, and then I can extend that factory warranty. Okay, let's talk about, let's see, we talked about checking it out. We talked about the service, the belt. That's all you really need. Then you talk about the deal itself. No mop and glow, no paint protectants, no, theft prevention, don't buy anything extra. Nothing. No credit life, nothing extra. And then you shop financing as diligently as you shop the car. So you go to a bank beforehand and find out what you can get as a loan and compare it to what the dealer can do. Now, I
was going to pay cash for it.
Okay, that's all right. Now,
don't tell them that.
Yeah, you don't tell them that. That's right. People think, when people say I'm a cash buyer, that it's stronger. It's weaker, because opening up the financing, they're looking at way more money for them.
Let them write down the interest rate. Let them do everything. Once you have the deal and you go into closing, they're going to say, how much are you going to put down? And you say, all of it.
I decided to pay the whole thing. Now, if they try to back out and saying, well, now we have to raise the price, then you can say, well, in other words, you were planning on screwing me with the financing. So, listen.
Right.
I truly believe, and I hate saying this, I truly believe, even with people that we know, where Mark has made phone calls for me, and where I am a well-known consumer advocate, I have had people try to pack my deal. Just pack it automatically. So the price that was negotiated goes up $10,000, and they think I'm going to fall for it. I said, what, are you kidding me? I mean, don't try to talk me into this and this and this and this. So people almost don't have a chance if you don't have the stomach to buy things the right way. So, Elizabeth, good luck to you, man. And a woman, Elizabeth, person. What I'm saying is this. You need help. I would go to JFR Cars first. Now, I would talk to, what's his name? Is it Randy? No, JFR Cars. Suze, help me. JFR Cars.
Rod.
Why am I saying? Okay, Rodney. So, and just because you don't have to pay anything up front, and just see what he can come up with. Now, it might not be in the vintage he can handle, but he'll be honest with you. And then you can then check out all the normal places, you know. And private sales are great, by the way. I love private sales as well. If you can get that's where you can find gems that were maintained properly. If you find a specific deal, you can run a bias too. You can. Now, any dealer that will not let you take a copy of the deal and get it checked by someone you know and trust, then I wouldn't do business with them either. It's that easy.
Now.
All right, my State, Colorado Pain Care in a minute.
Sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, let's go to the High Country. Big deals on I-70 in the High Country. Eastbound I-70 is reduced to one lane at Silverthorne due to a serious crash. No estimated time of reopening. Westbound I-70 is completely shut down at the Eisenhower Tunnel due to the crash in Silverthorne. No estimated time on the westbound side will reopen, so watch out for the big delays. Back in town, the highway drive in decent shape. Off-highway, watch out for road work southbound Santa Fe, Mississippi. Watch out for a crash at 40th and Central Park as well. 31 pinpoint weather. Going to be sunny today with highs in the mid-60s. Right now, a few clouds at 57. Your impact traffic and weather. I'm Pete Wagner. 6:30, K-How.
Get personalized loan options. Closing costs.
About 10 seconds, here you go.
Real time. When you need your mortgage to fit your family and budget, Rocket can. When you want the ability to adjust your loan options in real time, Rocket can. Rocket Mortgage.
You know, after living with pain for so many years, I know that there are many of you out there living with pain. I know it. I can tell you from personal experience, you do not have to live with pain. It can go away. Yeah, even at 67 or whatever age you are. I'm going to recommend right now ColoradoPainCare.com. The only group of local doctors that do this, the comprehensive clinic they have. It's the only one with all of these options that are evidence-based and proven to get you out of pain. 303-GOT-PAIN. No matter where the pain comes from, let them evaluate you. 303-GOT-PAIN. ColoradoPainCare.com. And again, I'm going to tell you about someone that I know and trust. Here's the message on the show, in case you haven't noticed. These are people that I personally have checked out. For estate planning, MileHighEstatePlanning.com. 833-ASK Blake, because Blake Harris is the charge attorney, and he has a team of experts for you. For wills, trusts, powers of attorney, medical directives, beneficiary deeds, avoiding probate. What about if you have a need right this minute and you need help? Well, you can call him right now and ask him. And he'll give you some free information. If you need to hire him, all the better. Flat rate pricing. 833-ASK-BLAKE. He has 5-star Google reviews. He'll make appointments up and down the Front Range at your convenience, whether it be on FaceTime, Zoom, on the phone, or in person. Always free consultations. 833-ASK-BLAKE.
Hey there, homeowners. Are you experiencing pipe leaks? Is your water bill unexpectedly high? Or are you suffering from low water pressure? These are signs of widespread pipe failure due to old, corroded, and shiny pipes. Rerouting a pipe or other Band-Aid fixes are not the answer. A whole house pipe with brand new high-quality backs or remover will permanently solve the problem. Great pipe specialists. No more leaks and great water pressure. They've been doing this for over 25 years, serving over 40,000 happy customers.
Well, there is a test.
In just 1 to 2 days at half the cost of a plumber with a lifetime guarantee. So say goodbye to leaks once and for all. Enjoy a pipe leak-free home and eliminate the risk of potential water damage. Call us today for your free in-home estimate. We'll even take 20% off our already low price and receive 0% interest when you call today. 720-573-0086. 720-573-0086. That's 720-573-0086.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal Home Loans, and rates are still at record lows. But you don't want to play the waiting game.
because you're likely to get burned. Call Ideal Home Loans today where you can take advantage of our interest rate guarantee and cash in on some of the lowest interest rates you've ever seen. 867-7900. Our salary rates now while home values are still high. Unlock your home's equity without reverse mortgage. We're the only loans available for retired homeowners. And you choose the payment each month or have
Curiosity Stream has thousands of documentary films and shows available on demand on any device. We're the Netflix for nerds, the Hulu for history buffs, the Disney Plus for the scientists in us. There sure are a lot of streaming services, aren't there? Curiosity Stream is the one you definitely need if you're the type to nature dock and chill, if you're an armchair astronaut, if you prefer physics to psychics, or perhaps you know a precocious paleontologist. Go to curiositystream.com to more and sign up today.
Now, not only below wholesale pricing, they also do installations. I bought cabinets for just $2,000 and everywhere else we're pricing at $10,000 or more. 560 South Lapan for cabinets, granite countertops. You will love them. I-25 in Alameda, go west on Alameda to Lapan, then south 2 blocks to 560
Harper Transmission and Gear.
303-295-6020.
Hello, Glenn Pat Boone here. Silver is creating
Pat Boone.
You know why? Because the price of silver is extremely attractive compared to gold. I call my friends in Swiss America to get the scoop on whether this silver opportunity is for real. What I discovered blew my mind. For example, today silver faces a huge shortage due to rising demand by solar, electric, military, and computers. It's all covered in a new silver report from Swiss America.
What guy, bro?
Prices cannot stay at this
I don't know. Well, it's not hail season. We'll see what happens.
How to use the historic.
There's a few issues going on there.
In what way?
Health problems.
Oh, no. With who?
Oh, God, I forgot to tell you this one, too. It's not really health, but because of health. Someone is selling, and Lakewood Electric.
Before you buy a furnace,
He's selling his building. It's good for him. That problem he had fucked him up.
What problems did he have?
I don't remember. Suzanne will know. It's pretty bad, though. He won't even come on the air and talk anymore. He has trouble talking. But he just can't do it anymore. So he sold. He's got a good corner lot. It's like a gas station looking thing, old school. No. But he sold the building to, I want to say Valero. He did good. He's got a retirement.
God, he's a good guy.
Sweet Williams, smart dude. We're on Brian.
I'm Tom Martino, your
Troubleshooter, One Clear Choice Garage Doors. We love them. You can do an inspection of your garage door, opener, everything, plus safety adjustments, hinge bolt tightening, all of that if you move into a home for just $80. And if you have anything wrong, they'll let you know. And all of their prices are online at their website, oneclearchoicedoors.com. oneclearchoicedoors.com. Love them for your garage doors. Okay, so Blake, what's going on with you, Blake? Welcome to the show.
Yes.
What's happening? What's going on?
Yeah, we moved into this apartment in December.
Okay.
Of last year, and from the beginning, we kind of got the runaround.
Like what? Give me an example. Give me an example of a runaround.
They were selling in between two companies, and so they lost our original lease.
Oh.
And they wanted us to sign a new lease, but I had the old lease.
That's weird. Did they try to try to increase the price and stuff?
Yeah, they did, but they ended up allowing us to go under the old lease because I had it printed on my computer.
Good for you, man.
But
so, what's going on now?
That's not the major problem.
Yeah.
We walked into some patch repair on the outside of the exterior wall, and it just hadn't been patched, but it was a previous water leak. And then within a couple weeks of living there, it actually started leaking. And then we called them. They tore down drywall.
Is this a house or an apartment? House or apartment?
It's an apartment.
A previous water leak
in Parker.
So they had to come in and fix the water leak. And what was and of course they do. I mean that's not their problem. If it's leaking, they got to fix it. So then what's the problem with you right now, though?
Well, they tore down that drywall originally. 2 weeks went by and they never replaced the drywall or anything in there. And then that last freeze we had.
By the way, is the drywall still not fixed?
Yes. Well, I'm getting to that. Then the whole apartment flooded when the last freeze happened because the fire alarm thing broke.
God.
The sprinkler system broke on the 3rd floor. And we're just getting zero communication from them. Like, hey, what are they?
Wait, when it was flooded, man. When it was flooded, what are they doing about that? Did they send someone to suck it all up?
Yeah, they cleaned it out that day because they ended up having 31 apartments in the building that got flooded. And they cleaned it all up that night, but they ripped all of our carpet out and our padding and then cut more holes the next day and then kind of just left. It said, hey, live here. And then we've asked for compensation. We've asked for... Wait a minute.
Hold. You could not stay there at all, but they wouldn't give you any credits?
They deem it habitable, but there's like 14 of those carpet fans in there for a couple of days. Actually, up to a week, I think they were in there.
But they deemed it habitable.
Yes, and then my dad sent Parker health department out there, and they deemed it barely habitable. So therefore, they're
barely
saying
habitable is habitable. I mean, barely habitable. Yeah. I don't know what that means. I mean, in other words,
they were saying it's really only habitable because it has water, heat, and electricity.
Okay, like, so I get it though. I get that you don't want to stay there. It might be a difficult argument for credit, but where are we with this right now? They're not fixing it.
Yeah, they're not fixing it, and they've not communicated to us of what's happening. That's I want to. We got to get this management company involved, and we're going to go to Deputy Smarty Pants. This is what we call him, and you'll know why. Really, what we want to do is we want to inquire and say, look, these are issues we have to address. How do you propose we do it? And then we'll see what happens. So hang on. I'm Troubleshooter Tom Martino.
Granberry, healthy cereal for your family.
You're all sucked in here.
Did you know that Granberry can get rid of any, if you eat a Snickers bar and then eat some Granberry cereal, you are...
First of all, it's Grainberry.
You sure? Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe they should change it.
Senior homeowners, don't wait for financial hardship. Unlock your home's equity with a reverse mortgage from Silverleaf Mortgage.
We needed the reverse mortgage so that we could get rid of our payment completely.
Silverleaf Mortgage, Colorado's #1 reverse.
What are you doing?
TV today.
Oh, you're doing a spot for them?
Several.
For Silverleaf. So you're just getting an idea of what the hell they're looking for.
This is their old stuff sucks, yeah. So
you should do one like Tom Selleck does.
Yeah.
Seriously, I like his fucking his ones.
Mm-hmm. No, I do too.
There's some of them that come off as fucking shysters, man. Tom Selleck does a pretty fucking good job of it.
Henry Winkler's did.
I didn't like Winkler's. You did or didn't?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I didn't either. Fonzie. I don't think Fonzie should be selling anything.
He's really good, man. Tom Selleck. He's really good.
Yeah.
To every American family out there, especially those with older loved ones, all of us at AAG hope you're doing okay. We hope that you are safe and well.
He's fucking good. He really is.
Tough times, there's no doubt. And our most valuable generation are the most vulnerable. So please, if you have an older family member, friend, neighbor, or workmate, check on them.
You know what? I'm going to get a reverse mortgage after listening to that.
Right now.
How old do you have to be? 62 and a half?
It's about help hot.
How old do you got to be? 62?
Yeah, but that's really bad. 62.
Yeah, you barely get much.
This is not a TV commercial. And
it's just long form, right? You should do a long form and just push it out. Old people like that Facebook, man.
Generation. They're the ones who have experienced and battled through to your bravery, your wisdom, and come out of it to talk to you and your family about your financial option.
And in China, police raiding a fake vaccine manufacturing site, seizing more than 3,000 fake vaccines and
comes change. That's for sure. And when those changes might help more people, especially those in retirement, I think it's worth talking about. So, AAG is introducing a new jumbo reverse mortgage loan. So you can now access as much as $4 million in cash, tax-free, from your home's equity.
AAG's new jumbo reverse mortgage loan can
Hitler had issued the blue tape above the smiling arrow. Critics said it made the icon look like Hitler's mustache. Cover all, ABC News.
I absolutely love
Jesus Christ, where are people gonna fucking stop?
But then I got a Swiffer Super.
Who was it? Hitler's mustache, who was it?
These super thick cloths take up a crazy amount of hair.
Yeah, this image it looked like Hitler's mustache, so there had been an
And the
accident
best part,
from your home's equity.
oh my God. A broom or a vacuum.
No, I know.
Getting around
That's
church and
unfucking
with cats.
believable, honest to God.
It can focus on you, not your shedding.
I like how George Washington's going to be canceled. It's like, God, you gotta be
Really?
Yeah, there's some school named George Washington, and they don't want it anymore. Because I guess he had slaves.
Oh.
Nice place.
Do people get a break for the times they lived in?
No.
No? They were supposed to be woke back then?
Fucking Dr. Seuss got axed. Dr. Seuss. 6 of his books, man.
And as a veteran myself,
I don't like his hair there.
I would like to thank all the veterans.
That looks fucking stupid, man. He looks good there, though, don't you think?
This isn't my first rodeo. And let me tell you something.
103.
I wouldn't be here.
How many takes do you think that took?
Took advantage of any American senior.
Huh? How many takes for a long form like that? I mean, you're probably there 2 hours.
This fucking guy, it does TV series.
Yeah,
Memorizing this fucking script. For him, it's nothing. These people have been doing it for so long. Like, you take an old fucking guy like, just take an actor. Those sons of bitches, they're used to it. They have a process. Because see, when you're memorizing, you tend to be reading from your memory, right? And how do you act natural? Like De Niro, he's not reading from his memory. He's becoming it. So people think acting, that guy's a great actor, but what they're failing to realize is there's more to it than acting. There is reading from your memory in a way that doesn't look like you're recalling, but that you're coming up with original thoughts. That's the hardest part, because I can access scripts in my mind and talk, but it looks like I'm doing a script. To actually have it come from your heart and the expressions repeatedly,
like it's completely natural, not a script.
Or they twitch, or they're like, like, you look at every little fucking nuance and you think, God.
But for like him, that's from doing a TV show for 20 years.
That's right.
Down to 70 through Commerce City. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny and mild this afternoon. Will drop down into the upper 20s overnight tonight. And then tomorrow, a rain-snow mix for your Thursday with a high in the mid-40s. It's 61 right now in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KHAL.
Westera Credit Union is looking for people who are as excited about the future as they are.
Or worse, there was some way to take it home.
Or underwriter.
It's just a loan designed for older homeowners, and it's helped over 1 million Americans. The pandemic has taken its toll on business. Maybe you've closed your doors, thought about it. Job in jeopardy, bills unpaid, all symptoms for which there's no vaccination. But you can get relief. Tax relief. A reverse mortgage loan isn't some kind of trick to take your home. It's a loan, like any other. Tax experts can help you emerge from this slow recovery with the best possible tax consequences. Way better than you can do. The IRS has not forgiven tax debt or overlooked non-filing. The good news, Larson Tax Relief specializes in emergency and long-term tax relief. They guarantee you will be satisfied. Big difference is how you pay it back. Find out how reverse. Call now for a free consultation. 844-LARSON Tax. 844-LARSON or LarsonTaxRelief.com. 844-LARSON Tax.
It's Ross Kaminsky.
10 seconds, guys. You're back in.
Colorado give away $6.5 billion in fraudulent unemployment claims. We'll ask the director.
Man, that $6.5 billion he's saying, that is so fucking wrong, that tease. He says it was like 6 million.
That's what he said, not 6 billion. I mean, 6 billion. I mean, that's such a difference. It's not even funny.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter.
303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, to answer questions, and to take complaints. God, that's been a long time doing that, right? Like 40 years. And I'm going to tell you what I've learned. One of the things is from claims adjusting. Insurance companies are not your friends. So if you've had a recent claim or you come across a future claim, I want to direct you to a website that'll get you to a public adjuster. It's claimspro.net. I believe, oh God, I always say I believe, because I have a thing about this that I can't, this is like one of the few things I can't remember. Of all the things in the world I remember, this website befuddles me. Let's see. It is, no, see, it's not. It's not ClaimsPro. I don't even know why I said that. It's publicadjuster.pro. I know why, because I'm getting it mixed up with water, the Water Pros. And anyway, ClaimsPro you can find at publicadjuster.pro. Okay? Now, these people will help you through all your insurance claims at no charge to you except a commission on what they collect, and they will always collect more than you can. Okay? And if they can't help you, they'll tell you. Mark and I believe in public adjusters. We do. We have them on our referral list, and this is one of them you can trust. Peter at ClaimsPro, and it's publicadjuster.pro. All right, now, let's talk about your problems. Earlier in the show, we had Phil Spessart on from the Division of Unemployment. If you have any problems, you can write to us. Briefly describe it. Put in the subject line, unemployment insurance problem or unemployment benefit problem, just something to trigger it. The website is help@troubleshooter.com. We're going to forward them to people who will actually read them. This is what the show does. It gets through red tape. It helps you with problems. Randy, let's talk about this. What's going on with your transmission, Randy?
It was actually my son's.
Yeah, what happened? What happened?
Took it to a transmission place.
Yeah.
Because he could hear something coming apart on the drivetrain.
Not a good sound.
Well, it was rattling around.
Yeah.
Like a tinkle tinkle type noise. And when he called and made the appointment, he was on his way there, and he actually heard something come off and hit the road. But again, it was something relatively small, Okay. And he went back, looked for it, couldn't find it. So anyway, he gets it to the shop.
Which is Parker Transmission and Gear, right?
Exactly.
All right, what happened?
He gets it there. He tells them, I heard something come off. And he parks it.
Yeah, hold on a second. Just 1 second, Randy. I know he parked it. I know then he got out and walked in, and I also know he sat down and talked to him. Whatever it is, I promise you that we will help you, but that part is not the important part. What I need to do is get way up to the part where he might have had some work done and it was wrong or something. And the only reason I'm saying that, Randy, is no disrespect intended. I just don't want to go, I can't take that long for every detail. So what happened? Did he do any work for him that was wrong or dishonest? Talk about that.
This is where it went bad. They called him back a half hour later.
Yeah.
We took it for a test drive, and your front drive line blew apart, did all kinds of damage underneath.
Wait, they said this after he left. They took it for a test drive. So it is possible, though, that some of the noises he was hearing was maybe that coming apart, and then that was the last straw when they drove it? Or are you blaming them for doing it?
Blaming them for doing it. When he told the guy when he dropped it off, that he heard a part come off, he thought they were going to put it on the lift and see what it was, because the guy laughed and said, "Well, did you pick up the part?"
So what you're saying is you think it would be logical that they would at least eyeball it before taking it out on the road. So they took it out on the road. And it blew a drive line, did you say?
Yeah. front drive line by putting it in four-wheel drive on dry pavement, and it actually.
So now this is going to be the controversy, and that is, did they cause the damage, or was the damage on its way to being caused? Randy, how many miles on this vehicle?
It's 100 and maybe 30,000.
Okay, you can't possibly blame them for all of the damage. It's impossible. I mean, he was having some issues. I'm not saying they don't have some culpability here. I don't know yet until we look into it. But did they agree to fix it? Did they say, yes, we'll take some responsibility? What was the issue?
Well, they just called up and told him what they'd found.
Yeah.
You know, by doing the test drive.
Mm-hmm.
$800 at most, 3 days.
That's what they told him. Did he agree to that?
He said, why did you take it for a test drive?
Right.
And the guy said, oh, it's our policy.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, I told you there was something coming loose. I thought you'd put it on a lift. Irregardless, he agreed for the amount. He needed his truck.
Right.
And so after 3 days, he gets another call back. Oh, it's doubled. Now it's $1,600, and maybe 3 more days because they've found more damage.
Okay, but here's what I want to ask. Do you really believe with a truck with 130,000 miles that this shop should basically do all of the work free? Or does your son think some of it... Okay, so where does your son stand right now? Does he think they just create work? Just get it out of there. Get it out of there and go somewhere else. Or are they willing to work with him?
He let him do all the work.
God, how much total? How much total?
They wanted $1,600 something. After he told them, I feel you guys created the part of the problem.
Right.
They took off 5.
So how much total out of pocket?
He ended up paying $1,002 something.
You mean like $1,200? Is that what you mean? $1,002? Or $1,200?
Yep, $1,200.
Okay. What is the situation now? Is it running? Is it fixed?
Yeah, it's fixed.
Okay. Now,
he's driving it.
Okay, so at least now the thing is fixed. So now the controversy or the conflict or the issue, should they have given him more money off? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think they should have went back to the original $800 just for the basic.
And what reason did they not do that? Why did they decide to give? They gave some money off, right? What would this ticket have been if they charged him full retail without taking any responsibility? How much would the ticket have been?
$1,600. $1,600 something.
Okay. Here's what I suggest you do, or we do. You have to determine if truly $1,600 was done and what was done, okay? That's what we have to determine. Right. And then from that price, was the discount of $400 adequate for what they may have contributed? The thing is this. It's not if they caused the failure. It's if they contributed to the failure. Now here's what I mean. They may have caused the failure, but even if it hadn't failed, all of these things may have been replaced anyway. You have to know what they contributed, what was extra as a result of that test drive, not what went wrong. See, many times people have a truck or a car they take to a place that has bad stuff in it, and it just manifests all of a sudden, but it was bad stuff. Did they do anything extra that they should be responsible for? Like, did something snap that obviously would not have snapped had they seen a loose bolt, a missing bolt, or a missing nut? That's what we have to determine. And the only way your son does that is to take the work order and the truck to someone else and get it analyzed. Did he, and this is critical, did he keep the old parts?
Don't think they gave him the old parts. I asked him about that, but
well, it's not whether they gave them. The law says you have to request them.
Right.
So if you didn't request them, they don't volunteer it.
Sorry, I don't mean to talk over.
No, I'm talking over you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What they did replace was the oil filter, the adapter from the oil filter to the engine, the cooling lines for the oil that goes up front, a shift cable. These were all things that were damaged by the drive shaft flopping around under there in four-wheel drive.
Okay, but it was flopping around.
Yeah,
obviously, for not just with them. Do you think? See, again,
No,
I'm just repeating myself. So, Randy, here's the deal. And by the way, I want to explain to people, technically, when it sounds like we're talking over each other, there's a reason. When there's a duplex system on a normal phone, when you talk, it usually mutes the other, or it takes this one mutes the others, and it doesn't do that on a regular phone. But what happens is you got to get it started by talking, and it sounds like people are talking double and triple, and they're not. But Randy, the bottom line is this: we need to get this analyzed. There's no two ways about it. I'll just keep saying the same thing. How much of the original test drive added, not caused, but added to the damage? Are there things that would not have to be replaced had they simply put it on a rack and began work? And if that's the case, then we have to determine, is $400 enough of a discount? So your son's got to, Suzanne, I don't know if we start with Norris on this, ask him, but Randy, it's not going to be free. It's not going to be free. Your son needs to choose if he wants to go for like Sheridan Auto Tech or somewhere with that work order and try to determine what was done and what could have been damaged.
The roller coaster.
30 seconds still affordable and zero res.
Frequent ups and downs. Don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday on 630 KHOW. If you're concerned about the markets, call today to schedule a complimentary review.
You want water or Coke? No, thanks.
204-888-8704 or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
ZeroResDenver.com, $33 a room for your carpets, unlimited. That's a really good price. Think about that, $33, all right? Now, call or schedule online, ZeroResDenver.com. You have my word on it that I've used them in my home. My carpets come out like new, feeling, smelling like new, because no crap is put in that carpet, and they're practically dry when they leave, and they stay cleaner longer because there's no residue to attract dirt. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150. $33 a room. Dirt, dust, dander, allergens, all trapped in carpets, and they get them out quickly, efficiently, and without anything left behind. Carpets are like the biggest air filter in your house. Get them clean today, 303-471-5150. Now, something else you should do. If you have not refinanced and you're paying more than 4%, you got rocks in your head. You need to call Affordable Interest Mortgage and find out about a refi. Now, if you're looking to buy, I don't think it's ever been a better time when it comes to home loans. AIMortgage.net is the website to find out about Kurt Rogers, who has owned and operated this since 2001. AIMortgage.net. Once you apply, by the way, that website is actually a place you can log in and track your loan. No one else does that. He has the famous Asset Manager loan, which is a line of credit. It pays off your existing loan, and then every time you keep in the bank over the month to pay your bills, whenever the money is sitting in your bank, it earns against, it pays down your mortgage for that amount of time and goes against your average daily balance. Find out more and talk to Kurt. Affordable Interest Mortgage, 720-895-0500.
Well, it's the start of a new year, and if you're a timeshare owner, you probably just paid your annual maintenance fees. But if you're feeling stuck in your unwanted timeshare, it's not too late to get out, even if you've already paid those fees. This month only, get a maintenance fee credit with Timeshare Termination Team. So for the timeshare owners who have already paid your maintenance fees for this year, it's not too late. Get started with timeshare termination.
You know what I'm thinking
And they will apply
when I use it?
for this
I mean,
year's maintenance fee.
we're talking about $6 trillion here. That's a whole lot of cash out there. People are just sitting. Many older Americans are in a tough spot right now. They just don't have enough savings to get by.
Ross Kaminsky sent you and receive a maintenance fee credit this month only. So call 303-766-2255. That's 303-766-2255.
Did you see Cuomo's brother came out and said he used to do that same kind of stuff to their sister?
He did. Did he?
I don't even know if they have a sister.
By refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates.
I don't like that fucking guy.
4%. With today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage,
They could be our
you
family,
consolidate and pay off high-end
friends.
debt, tackle home improvement,
And then there's that $6 trillion. That's the amount retired homeowners have already paid into their homes. It comes down to an average of more than $200,000 per senior household.
Hey, Norris, listen to this. Norris said that CarMax doesn't allow on-site inspections.
Find out more. They want to have my business.
Fuck them.
Rocket or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Jesus Christ, come on. Did you hear that disclaimer? On that last spot. That I smart. It sounded like that. Fuck you.
I don't even understand why they do that, because no one's ever going to go search that number. But even worse than that, why, if you're someone like Frank or someone, you have to mention your brokerage house is mind-blowing.
Well, that's because the broker requires that.
I know, but everyone does. Why? Why? No, I think it's a fucking state deal, isn't it? You're sure? I think it's a fucking state law. Or a regulation.
I don't think so. That's my.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think that these guys make you do it in their ads.
These trucks are built better, built stronger, built more tough, and priced to sell during truckload.
We'll have to ask Frank next time he's on.
Well, look it up. You can look it up.
An iHeart radio station.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK.
713-8255. What's going on? Don't forget waterpros.net. That's I got right for sure. Waterpros.net, the cheapest whole house systems installed anywhere with the best quality. That's it, really, for conditioning and filtration. Waterpros.net. So, does Randy have any other questions, Suzanne? Because really, I think I hit it. I mean, I don't know what else I can say. We need to have it analyzed to see what they contributed to a problem. So many times, it's amazing to me that people know something was done wrong, and that's true. But we get this, for example, with malpractice. Let me give you an example of a malpractice inquiry. Somebody has a brain tumor, but they have headaches, and they go to urgent care, or they go to a doctor, and the doctor says, take 2 aspirin, call me in the morning. You know, the old joke. Or they don't look at it. They don't really take it seriously. Then a week later, they go back, and they say, I'm telling you there's nothing wrong. And then they go somewhere else and find out they have a brain tumor.
And they might have died.
Now, the question is, it was near a nerve or something. You're right, Mark. And it could have caused a massive bleed or aneurysm or convulsion, whatever. I mean, here's the point. It did not cause it. Did the extra 2 weeks cause additional damage? Not did it grow more, but did that increased growth now make it inoperable, whereas 2 weeks earlier, they would have been able to get it. You have to show that the action, the delayed action, the misdiagnosis, the driving, test driving, the transmission, whatever was done, caused damage that wouldn't already be there anyway. Do you get that? Okay,
Hey, real quick, Norris, he's on Facebook today, or I'm sorry, YouTube, and he just mentioned that we were talking about CarMax before. These guys don't even allow people to come out and inspect cars anymore. That's crazy. Who would buy from CarMax if you can't have your vehicle checked?
Well, God, I would never, ever, ever, ever go to a place that wouldn't let me check a car out.
That's so weird.
No, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. All right. Anthony, let's talk. What's going on, man?
Hey, so I'm actually calling today to see if my employer is required to adhere to their vacation policy. So I started in January of 2020, and the paid time off policy was once you work a full year, you get a week's vacation.
Was it published? Was it a published policy, part of the manual or something?
Yes.
So for a full year, you get 1 week.
That's right.
Got it. Go ahead.
Full-time employment.
Go ahead.
And then with COVID and everything that's going on, and them required to give us some sort of sick time, they basically have gone back on that and said, okay, well, we're offering sick time, but it has to be earned.
Hold on. They're offering sick time or vacation time?
The vacation time is gone, and the sick time needs to be earned now.
Okay, so even and when you said earlier, I in your conversation something about they had to offer sick time due to COVID, I wasn't aware of that. Was there something?
Yes.
What was that, Mark?
I believe they had to pay up to 3 weeks, but I'm not. I don't have it in front of me.
But it was specifically for COVID.
Yes, but it could be if your kid had COVID.
What's that, Anthony?
I think it was some kind of change in Colorado law.
It could have been an executive order. I don't think the lawmakers had enough time.
Yeah, and I also think it had, like, if you had over 50 employees. I mean, there was caveats.
In any case, let's just take it. Let's take your situation, and here it is. You're saying you started January of 2020, right?
Right.
And 1 year would have been January 2021, which would have given you 1 full week, right?
That's right.
Okay. You're asking, can they change that or can they go back on it? It depends, and let me explain what that meaning that if it's a contract, they can't just take it away, all right? If it's an employee policy and they change the policy, if they do it for everyone, they can do it. Now, one could argue, maybe successfully, that it was a part of a compensation package. And even though they changed their mind, when did they change their mind? Let's say it was in June. That you would have at least earned the amount of money equivalent to a half a week because you worked that half a year under that premise.
But wait. I could change your pay at any time, and then it's up to you.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. If it was part of your compensation, it was promised ahead of time. They said to him, in essence, if they did, you work a year, you get 1 week. They can change that. They can change that like they can change that the next month. But that month would be 1/12 of what they promised. They can't just go back and say, we're taking it away. If it's part of compensation, if it's granted you free of charge, okay, and it's a benefit and not compensation, they could argue that we changed our mind. We can't afford it, so we're taking it away. Just like Mark said, if they want to decide not to hire you, if they say, guess what? You don't get vacation if you're fired, so you're fired. Or do they have to pay? That's the point. It's how did the vacation take its form? Was it literally earned, or was it granted? There is a big difference, okay? But the Labor Department would look into that if you complained. They really would, because it really does depend. If it's part of your compensation, yeah, they can change your compensation, but then they have to pay you up to the point they change it. They can't just take it away. So when did they change their policy?
They haven't officially come out and changed it. They're not letting us use our vacation time, and it's not there for us anymore.
Okay, well, if it was part of your compensation and you worked the year and did not get it, then they owe it to you.
Yeah,
that's all.
They do, man.
But if it's not part of your compensation, if it's simply a Benny, they can take those and they can't do it by individual, but they can do it company-wide. It's really a fine line. But I personally think that vacations, if they're stated like you said they were, you earn a week, well, then they can't just take that away.
Because you earned it. What kind of industry is it?
It's a tree company for the power line.
Oh, okay. I understand. There's a lot of tree companies that are hiring like crazy right now is where I was going.
But listen, Anthony, have employees talked about this?
Yeah, everyone's pretty upset about it because they lost their time.
Well, then that's ridiculous to just take it away.
Call the labor board, man. You can even call them up anonymously and ask them.
You should, or put in a complaint that what if I said, if you work a whole year, Anthony, you get a $1,000 bonus. And then at the end of the year, I said I changed my mind.
That's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they've done.
They need to cough up the money, man.
But
just look out for retaliation.
But here's the problem, Anthony. Here's the problem, Anthony. If you push it, they could technically just let you go. Okay? So they can give so let's say you go for your salary, a 1 week salary. They could say, okay, here it is, and by the way, we don't want you around anymore, and they don't have to give you a reason.
Call up GE Tree Service. They're on a referral list, man. He's always looking for good guys.
This is Denver's talk station.
All right, Simple Floors, Joe Lazare in about a minute.
Is that the only? Do you want to do Joe? Why don't you do both? You can go pee.
Thank you.
Are you going to pee, or do we got to go to the camp?
Sponsored by the Denver Gazette.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, westbound I-70 has reopened and looking better in the high country, but crews still on scene. A crash in Silverthorne on the eastbound side, traffic down to just one lane through there, and eastbound I-70 jammed solid between Frisco and Silverthorne. The highway's in good shape here in the metro area. I-25 moving at posted speeds in both directions. Just some of the usual volume flowing on westbound 270 through Commerce City. Plus 31 pinpoint weather, sunny and mild this afternoon. We'll drop down into the upper 20s overnight tonight. A rain-snow mix in store tomorrow for your Thursday with a high in the mid-40s. It's 62 right now in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KHOW.
The Denver Gazette is a better...
All right, Mark, here you go. About 10 seconds. Still Simple Floors, Joe Lazare.
Suzanne, put up Lazare's phone number, please.
News that is for Denver. Try it today at denvergazette.com. That's denvergazette.com.
All right, simplyfloorsinc.com. When I needed carpet, guess where I went? I went to simplyfloorsinc.com. Suzanne made an appointment right there. Buddy sent out one of their salespeople. They measured. They gave us all the choices. They brought out samples. They did everything in our house. We wanted to make sure it matched our decor, our furniture, our other flooring in the house. They went through everything. In fact, they got free design services, which is cool. And they'll save you up to 40% from the big box stores. It's an amazing deal. Now they have a warehouse, but once again, I would definitely have them bring the warehouse to you so you can see it in their own house. LVT, carpet, hardwood, tile, you name it, simplyfloorsinc.com. Now, this next one, Joe Lazare. I've known Joe Lazare for, my goodness now, probably going on 6-7 years. What a great attorney. He's a criminal attorney, so if you get yourself into a bind, if you get hit with a DUI or shoplifting or assault, or maybe a domestic violence, anything criminal, you have to have a good attorney. What I love about Joe, you can sit down with him for free, discuss what's going on, and most likely he can give you a flat rate for helping you get out of the jam. He is absolutely done miracles for people that I've known that found themselves in a jam. Write this number down. This is one I'm going to say, put it in your phone, because if something, you want that number right there. Just put Joe Lazare, 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200. Put it in your phone. If you don't, you can always find them at referrallist.com.
The Carpet Bowl Outlet Stores
Day private sale this Saturday at Carpet Mill Outlet stores. Save up to 40% off MSRP store-wide. For a limited time, get 12 months interest-free financing. So whether it's carpet, hardwood, Cortex, tile, laminate, granite countertops, or area rugs, Carpet Mill Outlet stores have the lowest prices guaranteed. You'll find value prices to fit every style and every budget. 12 locations, but the sale is one day only. This Saturday. Find out more at carpetmilloutletstores.com. Rick Edelman, #1 New York Times best-selling author and Edelman Financial Engine. Takes questions on his fifth radio show.
My first beer is going to be done in a couple. I still got a damn week, actually. I got a whole keg set up, man. So instead of like bottling my own beer, when I take it out of the fermenter, I actually put it in my own kegs and I carbonate it with CO2 for about a week at 30 pounds apparently. And then after that, it's fully carbonated. I had no idea that's how shit got carbonated. I always thought you added sugar, bottled it, and that last little bit of the sugar or the yeast gave it the carbonation. I did not know you could literally pump CO2 in it. It's pretty cool.
What most brewers do?
That's what big brewers do. You know, most of your home guys, you know, they're making that shit.
What flavor did you make?
I made an IPA.
What does that mean?
It's a Indian Pale Ale. It's like
that's not a flavor.
It is. It's very, very hoppy. It tastes like hops. I like hops. Love hops. It doesn't have like, you know, a flavor like what you're fishing for. Now the next one I'll make will have some some fruit in it. I just don't know which one. Probably a little grapefruit. It'll be a grapefruit IPA. But this machine I bought, so I download the app. It stands about this big. It's called the Grain Father. It talks to it Bluetooth. I download the recipe. There's a million recipes. Yep, my brewer. It stands about this tall. It'll say, how much was it? I got a couple grand in the setup. So it'll say, here's how easy it is though. It talks to the temp. It makes wine too. It talks to the temperature. It talks to everything. So I'll download the.
How much is it?
6 gallons, maybe 6.5.
So I can make 6 gallons of wine.
Yeah. I haven't.
What do you need to do wine?
I don't fucking know. I've never even looked into the ingredients. Most of these big beer places, though, they have all the shit for wine. They got the whole kit, man. That'd be funny. You might actually enjoy doing something like that. It's just not cheap to get into. I mean, okay, my first 5 gallons of beer are going to be $400 a gallon. You don't get into it to save money by any stretch. It's a hobby.
But eventually you're buying your stuff.
The Netflix for nerds, the Hulu for history buffs.
The ingredients for 5 gallons for the beers I make is $50 generally. So it's $50 for 5 gallons. So, yeah, I don't know. Once again, eventually, no.
Just like perhaps you're going for coaches save money on airlines or on anything.
Yeah, you don't get into aviation to save
fucking on nothing.
That is funny.
I mean, when people say, well, you know, I fly a lot, yeah, or I'm in business, you know,
I can fly to Kansas for my business meetings. Yeah. Let me tell you, man, I grew up in a fucking puddle hopper. I hated long flights. When we went from like Jersey to Arizona, it was fucking.
And most of the people are not safe. They really aren't. And man, I would never jeopardize fucking like. I never took chances, and it pissed me off when they did.
Oh, that would piss me off too.
One guy came across, Donna and I were flying cross country, we come across this guy with his kids and his wife, and they're fucking telling me, he's telling me how he scud runs all this instrument shit. Oof. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. I want to go right to the phones. Anthony, you got to go to the Department of Labor. I hope I made that clear. Now let's go to Logan. Logan, what's going on with you, Logan?
Yes, sir. I just got done with the gentleman you sent me, Brian from Eagle.
Yes, Eagle Inspections, because tell us what the original problem was, please, so I can bring my audience and me up to speed.
Yes, sir. Me and my father had hired a contractor to do some work on my grandma's house. and he just completely botched it.
And I wanted to know what did you hire him to do, sir?
To reinstall a couple of boards that had been burned and destroyed and finish about a 17 by 25 area of flooring.
I don't know why I don't remember this. I don't. That's unlike me not to remember this. When did you call?
As soon as you see these pictures, you'll remember.
Okay. All right. Fine.
It was on Monday afternoon.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay. So let me look here. I'm sorry.
It's the ones of the horrible painting they sprayed over the lights.
Oh yeah, that one where is it the blue paint or something? Yeah.
Yep,
okay.
yep.
All right. Let me look at the photos. Now I remember. And what I asked you, I was adamant about. Can any of it be of value? Remember? And you said no. Everything had to be redone, right? That's
yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk to Eagle, because I said we need someone well-rounded. This is Brian, Eagle Property Inspection. Hey, Brian, what did you find, man? What do you think?
Well, of course, the blue walls need to be repainted.
Yeah.
Yeah. The floor. All the flooring that was installed will need to be removed and reinstalled, and some of it's going to need to be replaced because it's been painted. And I don't know if you can get that paint off of that floor.
Why was it painted, Brian? Was it just that sloppy?
Yep. It was poor workmanship as far as protecting the floor and the other, trim and stuff like that. So,
well, let me ask you this:
and then,
was anything? Did he get anything of value?
Not on the floor, because actually the floor, there's 255 square feet basically of flooring that's going to have to be removed, replaced. It didn't get clipped together properly, and there's another 100 square feet of the flooring that when the walls got painted, the flooring got painted.
Right.
And so some of those boards will have to be replaced. Some of them can still be used, but that's a section of the floor that was never in question as far as being replaced.
But basically what we're saying is he didn't get value for anything he paid for.
No, because all outlet switches, light fixtures, everything's going to have to be replaced. All the wiring in the boxes, junction boxes, will have to be pulled out and cleaned off before a new outlet or switch is installed.
They were that sloppy. Holy crap.
Yep.
Now, what is the contractor saying to you, Logan?
We haven't been able to contact it. We haven't really gotten a response from him since we fired him from the job. This is actually day 9 or 10 that you would have to respond to even give us a bill.
Well, now, how much have you paid him so far?
Just materials. I talked it over with my dad just a minute ago. It was just materials.
How much? How much?
Probably just under $1,000 or so.
But here's the problem. Will some of those materials, can they be reused even? Can they?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the labor you have to redo. Yep. So he is going to end up owing you money.
That is what I believe, correct.
Now, remember, he doesn't have to pay to get jobs done. He has to pay for damage to bring you back to ground zero. That's a hard thing. Well, a lot of homeowners, for some reason, when they have a problem, they expect payment for everything. You just need to undo what he did wrong, as Brian spelled out, and subtract from it any materials you can still keep.
It sounds like he's going to be pretty even, and it sounds in his voice. You don't think so?
Oh, I don't think he'll be even. No. Brian, don't you think if you take all the damages that have to be fixed and then you take the credit for good materials that can be reused, don't you think the contractor will end up owing him money?
And how much?
Most definitely. Well, that's going to be up to, of course, I told Logan roughly $5 to $10 a square foot to tear that floor up and reinstall it. And then the outlets and switches, you're looking at probably, because they're going to have to put in new outlets and switches and clean everything, you're probably looking at at least $50 a hole
Right.
And there's 35 to 40 of those.
Oh, my God. I wonder, Logan, will this contractor even have the wherewithal to be able to pay you? Is he on a shoestring? Who is the contractor?
His name is Kent Pettinger, Pettenger, and he did just sell a house recently, so he should be.
What's the name of his company?
That I do not know. As far as I know, it's not a company; it's just an individual.
How did you find him?
We were working with a previous contractor, and this guy was brought in to do a bathroom. Brian saw the bathroom. The bathroom was excellent, so we decided to hire him from the rest of the floor, and just got screwed in the
Well, how would he do one thing so well and then screw this up? Did he hire subs or something?
No, he was doing most of it by himself. He had a couple of helpers just to help him clean up and stuff.
Let's
like
have
that.
Doc or someone call this guy.
What's his first name? Did you say
Kent
Pettinger?
Pettinger.
Okay. So what we need to do is let's have Deputy Doc.
Have him call up our guy first.
Yeah. So, Suzanne, let's give this to Deputy Doc on this, because I fear, here's what I fear, Logan. I fear this guy doesn't have anything. You know what I mean? I just fear he has nothing, which is going to end up being a waste of time for you, because you get a judgment he can't pay. This is the problem. This is the problem with most companies. You know what? You do it on a shoestring, you save some money, and guess what? You get screwed. There's nothing you can do, because you can't take, as they say, blood from a turnip, or however the hell you want to say it. It's just a bad way to go. Sometimes you have to spend a little more in the beginning.
Now, affordable interest O'Brien.
Cleared by Westera Credit Union.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, crews still working the track on eastbound I-70 and Silverthorne. Traffic down to just one lane through there. Eastbound I-70 is jammed solid between Frisco and Silverthorne. Here in the metro area, the Highway Drive looking good. I-25 moving at posted speeds in both.
Dan, put up pictures of that if you haven't.
Westbound 270 through Commerce City. Off-freeway crashes at 44th and Kipling, and one in Highlands Ranch at Broadway and County Line. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny and mild this afternoon.
He has pictures of what?
20s overnight tonight.
Just the overspray.
Thursday,
I saw that on the floor.
Yeah, I wonder why they did do that. It looks like they actually taped it over. Yeah, they did. The overspray was perfect. I mean, all the outlets though. The overspray though was perfect. In other words, it's taped. Yeah.
Dr. Westera. Looks like a 1.8
Like designed. I don't even know why you painted that way. O'Brien Legal Services. Bradley O'Brien, the principal attorney, doing real estate. You really need to use a real estate attorney for any residential or commercial transaction, even if it's just for review of documents, which is a few $100s, compared to the hundreds of thousands at stake. Contracts, buying and selling, loan docs, leases, complicated deals. What about disputes like property lines, fence issues, easements, adverse possession, whatever it is? Call before it gets to be a big problem. 720-370-7388. I know Brad O'Brien. He is competent. He is great at what he does. He's a good communicator, and he will save you tons of money and trouble. OLSlaw.com. That stands for O'Brien Legal Services. OLSlaw.com. Every real estate transaction should at least have him looking it over. OLSlaw.com. Speaking of real estate transactions, what about loans? Have you decided to get a loan? You're thinking about refining? Don't think too long. These rates won't stay this low for long. You need affordable interest mortgage, AImortgage.net. A loan company established in Colorado in 2001, serving you. That's Kurt and family serving you with everything you need to get FHA, a VA, conventional loan, or the asset manager. The asset manager I call the liquid loan, because it's a line of credit that you use to pay off your home, and then you decide how much of that you want to use. You can pay it up and down at will.
you can have money when you need it, access the equity at all-time low interest, and then pay it back. In fact, every dime you keep in the bank during the month to pay bills will count against your average daily balance. It's the asset manager, only at Affordable Interest Mortgage, 720-895-0500, AImortgage.net.
If you've ever sold a home, you know it's a hassle. From the prep work to the open houses, not to mention the surprise showing.
You know, why doesn't the MacBooks have a touchscreen? That fucking blows me away.
Yeah, since they were one of the original.
Is it an option that you can buy and you didn't?
Can't even get it.
And then I read they're taking away the little, on the models now they don't have that little, what do they call that? That bar up top that you can do shit on, swipe.
Oh, really? They're taking away my bar here?
On the new one. I don't know. Maybe the new one will. Seriously, maybe the new one will. Oh yeah, maybe the new one will be touchscreen though. Maybe that's why you wouldn't need it.
I wonder why they resisted.
You know, you're thinking I'd never use touchscreen. That's what I thought. I fucking use it all the time.
Yeah, I don't use it. I mean, I don't know I'll use it.
You will use it. I have no doubt you'll use it.
That's Orchard.com. Again, Orchard.com.
This is Brent Iverson of Ideal Home Loans, and rates are still at record lows. But you don't want to play the waiting game because you're likely to get burned. Call Ideal Home Loans today where you can take advantage of our guarantee and cash in on some of the lowest
fucking yoga was a mother freaker this morning.
867-7000 to talk to one of our salary.
She's got me in these sculpt classes, so you're basically jumping around like a maniac with weights. So instead of just yoga, now I'm actually starting to build some fucking muscle.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
you really should come to one of these,
man. A haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/news. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates.
Does Steph do it at all?
It finds them for you. It's powerful technology.
You should check it out.
People
that's what I'm asking. What does she do?
Like some weighting and aerobics.
Yeah, that's right. So the yoga has like 3 different kinds of yoga classes, and they have a sculpt, which there's yoga moves in it, but I mean, you're also doing jumping jacks with weights.
She does work out.
Yeah,
she works out. Like with a
quality candidate within the first day.
That's the best way. You know what? I said to Suzanne, if I had a trainer for 2 months, if I just bit the bullet and did it,
that's right.
I'd fucking be, I'd be buff as fuck that quick, I think.
That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Bob Logan, President and owner of Plumline Services. I am excited to announce the opening of our second office to help us better serve our clients in Boulder, Longmont, and North Denver. If you've always wanted to work for Plumline and you live in these areas, let's talk. We need plumbers, electricians, and HVAC technicians who know how to deliver excellent customer service.
Anti-Asian hate speech.
Benefits, like health insurance for the entire family. Do yourself and your family a favor. Check us out at plumlineservices.com.
CNN never gets tired of talking about Trump.
On iHeartRadio.
What's that?
No, CNN.
They'll be talking about him like
targeted by hate. God almighty.
On over 2,000 devices.
All right, let's review the show today. Unemployment. According to Phil Spessart, most of the fraud started showing up when the federal government brought in the COVID assistance, the pandemic assistance program, which called for self-certification. People no longer had to wait for approval from a
confirmation from an employer. In fact, even self-employed people could get it. So
passing the buck.
They went on in droves and started self-certifying. I don't think it's passing the buck. I think that's a good. I think that's a good assumption that when people could self-certify and get unemployment for self-employed.
When you just upgraded your computers from the 80s, that should have been done a long time ago.
Okay, so we have a situation where there's rampant, basically, fraud, and they say they're working on it. We are collecting. We're collecting data at help. This is an email address. help@troubleshooter.com. You got to put unemployment insurance or unemployment benefits problem in the subject, and then briefly describe what's going on, and make sure they can contact you by email and cell phone. And then we're gonna send it to them and shift it over to them. Here's the deal. It is what it is. we are faced with terrible, terrible fraud. If you are getting a card, if you got a Reliable card in the mail under your name or someone else's name and never applied, you can assume it's fraud. If you get a 1099 for money collected for unemployment and you never did it, assume it's fraud. If you get one with a differing amount showing that you got more than you actually got, it's fraud. And they say that they will investigate the cases. You fill out the form at coloradoui.gov, and they'll do it. And there's a place for you to report that fraud. If you're a company, an employer, you go there and also fill it out as identity theft. You don't dispute the claim, but you put in an identity theft report. What were you going to say, Mark?
Why they don't go to outside help for this kind of stuff, like unemployment, is beyond me. Do you remember when Obamacare first came out? The website was so screwed up, no one could get on, no one could sign up. You know what the feds did? They said, oh, well, I guess we're not in the business of building websites, and they had Microsoft fix the whole thing, Azure. So for the life of me, why our state and our governor thinks these people can develop all this stuff, he's wrong. Go to an outside source, guys.
So, you know, I don't know how other states do it, and I don't know what is outsourced and what's not outsourced, but I imagine the hosting and all of that part is outsourced.
God, I don't know what these guys...
Are you talking about the actual functionality should be outsourced, the websites, and
everything?
The interface?
I'm telling you, there's private companies out there that could put together whatever system they want. They could fire half the people working down there because it would damn well work.
Yeah, it is weird, and I don't know what the answer is when it comes to outsourcing, if that could solve it. But here's the point, is that we do have somebody listening. I don't know how long will it take him to get through this? Now, Ross Kaminsky is going to talk about it in the morning as well. So don't forget to tune into him at, 6 o'clock, 6 a.m.? And so remember
referralist.com, if you need help, information, or referrals from us when we're not here. Or you can always call for help, 303-MARTINO.
That was a good show. That was like good cop, bad cop. That fucking guy.
Bill, poor guy was slaughtered by Mark.
I know. He took it in good fun, though. He was like, man. He was like, gotta love Mark today or something like that. I said,
I do appreciate, though, that he's willing to come on.
And I always said to Governor, I didn't blame him.
No, I know. And he probably is the least. I mean, that guy.
He's probably as frustrated as the rest of us.
His life has probably changed. His life is probably completely different this year than any other year.
So, I love it. I'm going to get my shot. Now, it scares me a little when I hear about all the death. But
from the shot? No one dies from the shot.
They're calling it coincidental.
Yeah,
but it's not, according to my source.
Like, what do they die from? What would be written on?
Well, according to QAnon, they're putting the cells of dead baby fetuses in you. I'm just kidding.
Oh, actually, listen to this. The Catholic Church came out, no bullshit, and told their chain of command, told out everybody going down to the local preacher, don't do the J&J one, or the Johnson, or whatever it is.
Why?
Because they do use some kind of, not abortion, they use some kind of,
they use
stem cells from fetuses. So they said, try to go with different ones. So that's probably what you were reading about. They did it a little different.
There's a lot.
You know, Markle was not a no-talent woman that I thought after seeing Suits. And she wasn't that bad in Suits. I didn't know she had an actual acting career for 8 seasons.
Who?
Markle.
I know nothing.
She wasn't that bad.
Oh, there it is. He never touched anybody. Now it's over.
Yeah, I didn't touch anybody inappropriately.
Oh, he's very sorry. Is warning of another attack.
Of what?
Of terrorism by Trump supporters.
Trumpers. Got it.
Michael and his gang.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah.
They'll be coming for
The last thing you need is an Neanderthal thinking that in the meantime everyone's fine, take off your mask.
I got people at my house right now.
Did you hear from anybody on our staff?
No, not an email, nothing.
What did you do? Email Mike?
Yep. He's the only one that there's no one else.
Jesus.
I'll bring an
What are you
extension.
talking about, guys?
Just so we have no PCs.
I'll bring an extension
I
cord
can't
in
even
tomorrow.
access our books now. So, okay.
Because we cannot reset. Now, if it takes this long to reset a breaker, and who blew it? You blew it?
My
She didn't know she would, but yeah.
Ignorance. Dave, no excuse.
Fucking Dave Haglund took out our internet for a goddamn thing one time, plugging a vacuum into our shit.
Okay. I'm going to go. Do I need?
All right, we're out. See you, Dano.
Yeah. Keep it running, Dan.
Keep
hoping to catch me tubing, but you're not going to ever.
When Tom's in here tubing.
Never going to catch me.
Can you imagine being a kid of that poor guy? Oh, is your dad the one that was jerking off?
How do you get past that?
Time. A lot of fucking time.
No, not time. You want to know why? Because in 40 years, on his obituary, it would say he was the one.
Tubing.
No, I mean, when something like that happens.
Someone will spray paint a stone.
You know the only time that didn't happen was Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, but he was found.
Nothing was brought up.
He was found okay.
Settle.